Now I'm unmuted. Hello, everyone. I'm like hitting so many buttons in our little streaming app here that like sometimes I forget one or two things, like unmuting myself. I unmute the tab and I change the music and I take off the video, and then I forget to unmute myself. Welcome back. It's been a month.
No.
Yeah, a month since we played.
Stop it.
And I won't stop it because it's true. Right. It's a fact. It is a fact that it has been a month since we've played Scum and Villainy, and I've missed it. I've missed it so much playing with you guys. How are you all?
I've been asleep for a month.
So for him, it's fresh, you know. It's just...
Yeah, you must be so well rested then, Danny. Danny, we know that's not true. You play an Avatar Legends on Tuesdays.
What?
And GM the Forge in between these sessions as well.
I think you're mistaken, guys. Danny is capable of fully doing that in his sleep.
I forgot. Each of us is locally hosting a different Danny version, right? And so,
yeah.
This Danny has been in hibernation.
Did you not notice my eyes were closed the entire time I was jamming for Forge?
That is impressive. If you could do that asleep, that'd be really interesting.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, if he has been asleep this whole month, then I wonder who's been letting me down when we were playing Ghost of Tabor.
Okay. Whoa.
Oh, shots fired.
Just random shots fired. Okay, I'm sorry, Nick.
Oh my goodness. Well, I've missed this. I started a Brindlewood Bay campaign for some friends, and so I've been like in a cosmic horror mindset. So I had to like quick switch and be like, okay, space western, space opera. I got it. All right, I'm here. Let's do it. I have. Well, let's do this first. Let's just chat. I've missed the four of you so much. I read this article the other day that ranked actual play GMs, like the big name actual play GMs, not by like how good they are as a GM, but how likely they would win against the other actual play GMs in a blood sport. And
okay.
I was laughing the entire time.
For our listeners who might not be clear on what it is, can you define a blood sport for us real quick?
Yes. I would imagine something like the Colosseum, fighting to the death sort of thing. There might be some rules and get this ball into the goalpost over here to score a point, but really you're trying to kill everybody else. That's really the goal of blood sport. Yeah. Let's be honest. We might call it a sport, but blood is the sport.
Sure.
If the five of us were thrown into a blood sport arena, who's coming out on top? Now that's an easy question. There's not going to be a ton of debate about that. So I think it would be funnier to also talk about how each of us is going to die.
How Johnny's going to kill each of us?
Well, it's either Johnny or Nick, and I think it's a toss-up depending on other circumstances at play in the blood sport. But I think I would die in the process of trying to help one or the other of them
win.
Yeah, like ingratiate yourself to one of us.
Yeah, I'd be like, well, we have to collaborate, but I will hold on to that mentality just a bit too long. Like if this was Hunger Games. Like that moment where you have to turn on the next person because your friend from a minute ago is now the next person you have to kill. Yep. I would just be a little too slow in that process. Yep. So I'd get killed during my personal lag in adjusting to turning my friend into enemy.
I think that the Hunger Games is a perfect metaphor or perfect like example for what would happen, but I think things would go in a different direction than what you're saying. Because I think Nick and I end up on the same page often enough that I don't know if he's thinking in this direction, but I imagine the two of us hunting the three of you down like the careers during the Hunger Games until we're the only ones left.
And then, we have a gentlemanly duel to the death.
Exactly.
In that case, I'm running straight to the cornucopia.
Yeah, well,
grabbing any weapons.
First.
I'm not grabbing any weapons. I'm grabbing straight to the cornucopia and just standing there in the middle like this.
Just welcome death. It's gonna happen anyway.
If there's a cornucopia, if it's the Hunger Games, the way Danny, we don't need to worry about Danny because Danny steps off the podium like a second too early and gets blown up by mines that are right outside.
I was gonna say, I feel like if anyone is gonna accidentally die in a Bloodsport arena, it's probably gonna be Danny.
Man,
I'm just picturing like us descending and preparing to start, and me looking at Johnny and Nick and being like, "All right, so team up first," and they're like, "Yeah, yeah," and then they just look at each other while I step forward, and then they give each other like a knowing glance, and then they just kill me as we start. Dang it!
I feel like if I do like survive past the initial countdown, I'd like seduction would be my instant strategy. If Johnny were to be backing me into a corner, I'd be like, oh, all right, I'll say it. I love you. And then I'll see what he has to say after that.
I'd be like, oh, all right, stab.
Man.
Oh man, it didn't work.
Yeah, is that profession of love like attempting to activate an alternate timeline or universe or something?
I'd try
Is
it on
that everything
all
everywhere
four
all
of
at
you.
once.
I heard you say
Only
this to
me.
the other three already.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, Justin, I hope you're satisfied.
Well, I don't know how I would die.
Oh, you'd probably run off being
I would
smarter.
run. I would
How
run.
graphic
I'm
do you
a-
want your death to be, Justin?
Yeah, it's really up to you.
Look. I asked. I want to know.
Okay.
I want to know. I want to know how.
Maybe
I
the
die in
game
Hunger
makers
Games.
kill you. Maybe you don't even
Nick-
die.
Oh,
That's nicer than what I was gonna say. I was gonna say Nick would help me corner you by a river and I would drown you.
Okay, I'm
Or
not
hold your head under
starting-
the water until your body stops struggling.
I'm starting to not enjoy this conversation. Yeah, I feel like the entire Hunger Games setting is kind of unfair because I may be the only one with hunting experience, so I just track you guys and find you, and then do rock paper scissors with Johnny on the kill. So you just
Yeah,
I guess it's
like between Nick's hunting experience and my like years of real world not losing a fight experience, there's
I got some of that too.
It's funny you bring that up because I know I have no actual real life skills that would help me in the Hunger Games.
That's not true.
But you've got leadership skills and persuasion. I mean, you can't underestimate that kind of stuff in a situation
For
like
sure.
Mhm.
My Hunger Games is the pre like
that. Yeah,
that's my arena right there.
yeah. I mean, there are if we're talking Hunger Games, you're talking Hunger Games like lore. There are years where the victor was the person who got the most support from people outside.
There you go. There you go.
Like I think the Hunger
Well-
Games right before Katniss's Hunger Games, the person just hid. They just hid, and they kept getting like packages sent in, and they just outlasted everybody.
And just outlasted everybody. I might do that. I think Nick would probably find me though.
Maybe.
Nick
Depends on
greatest
what's in
hunter
those
in the world.
packages.
Nick just turns into a horror movie antagonist, just whistling as he skips through the forest.
You know, this makes me
Unprofessional.
want to potentially play a game called Deathmatch Island in the Forge. That is literally this game.
Oh, it's like PvP, RPG, CT.
It is well, your characters are a team, but you can obviously backstab your team just like in the Hunger Games. Just like it's pretty fun. It's very loosely based on PBTA, very very loosely, because it's based off of another system called Agen, which is loosely based off of PBTA. So. Maybe I'll mull it around. That'd be a fun one for the Forge Deathmatch Island. Well, that's great. Now I know how I would die if Nick and Johnny were coming after me. I just need to not be by water, and I'll live forever.
Like, man, he's not by water. We can't drown him.
Can't change plan.
I'll live forever.
I was gonna say, water's not the only way I could stop you from breathing, but I'll let you live with your fantasies.
I I couldn't think of a jokey comeback to that, so I'll let that stand. I've got 2 announcements. The first is that I have been trying to find a way to get character sheets so that people can like see our characters, follow the characters, and we tried doing a screen share of like a Google Slides that I had set up with the character sheets, but it was just a little too taxing, I think, with us streaming right now. So we've got this. I'm putting it in our chat. We have a bot in there called Nightbot that lets us set up commands. And if you ever type in !character sheets, no space, I've just done it in the chat, it's going to have a link to both our Scum and Villainy character sheets as well as Avatar Legends character sheets. If you click on that, it should bring you, if I've set everything up right, which I think I have, it should bring you to a Google Doc that you can view that will have all the character sheets. So for this, it's going to have Graves, Gears, Leto, Thetis, and Havoc, as well as the Montresor, and you'll be able to track and see how much stress they've gotten, the conditions they have, the abilities they have, as well as how many hips they've got in all of their actions. So I hope that helps. And then the other thing that I want to announce, which is very fun, this time is the only time that we can record, which is great. We could not find another time to record. We were playing around with seeing, like, is there another time that we could record the professionals, but we can't right now. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to continue to record the professionals at this time on Sundays, but we will be rebroadcasting an episode every Wednesday. So I haven't quite exact set up the time for that yet, but I should figure that out either later today or tomorrow. It'll probably be like 6 or 7 is my guess is when we'll start. Might be a little bit earlier. But the fun thing about that is that because it's a rebroadcast, some of us will be in the chat. I'm planning to show up every Wednesday. I know, Nick said he might show up occasionally, which is fun. So we'll be in chat with you as we watch an episode of The Professionals. You'll be able to talk about this again with new people. We're doing that mainly because this is not the best time for tabletop games on Twitch. There's not a ton of people on Twitch right now. So we wanted to try and find a time that would help us grow a little bit more. For people watching us play Scum and Villainy, because we're in a good spot, I think, with Avatar Legends and Relics of the New Republic on Tuesday nights, but we wanted to try and gather some of that momentum for this as well too. So what we're doing is we're calling, obviously this is going to come out on Friday and it'll be past Wednesday, but I'll put something in Discord as well too, just asking people like, hey, you don't even have to like be active in the chat, just like pull up Twitch, because the more viewers we have, the more people that hop onto Twitch and look at like, oh, what's popular right now in tabletop role-playing games, they're going to see us towards the top and they might join. So even if you can't watch, just pull it up in Twitch. Same with Relics of the New Republic, honestly. Like the more people we have that it shows are watching us, the better that we're going to do. I hang out and chat with us if not, otherwise just pull it up and go do your own thing. Oh man, we were gone so long. I had so many announcements, and we obviously had to figure out how each of us were going to die by Johnny and Nick's hands. So that took some time to get through. But it's been some time since we played Scum and Villainy last. Does anyone? I don't remember what happened. I don't remember it.
I think we've gotten away pretty much scot-free with everything that we did do. I remember that specifically, that there was not going to be any heat or wanted levels for what we accomplished.
I'll note that.
What I remember too.
Amber, you told me that I could just unmark all my mark stress for free.
I do remember that.
That does sound familiar.
There's also like 20 creds mentioned, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Something about a free advancement.
Yeah.
I think when we had a clone of the governor, you said, and I quote, "That's definitely just not a big deal."
Yeah, it's not a big deal at all. I actually, it's so interesting as we were talking about it before we started recording. In my head, I'm like, oh, of course they're gonna like bring that back to the Board Eco Syndicate and Yatu. But the more we were talking, I was like, they could really decide to do anything with it, and I think that'll be fun. Whatever they decide to do with it, you guys could not bring it back to Yatu. That might be a conversation that your characters need to have. But you were hired by the Born Eco Syndicate to go to a pirate auction in the Ashtari Cloud. The Maelstrom were holding an auction for a bunch of various items, but one of those items was a clone of the governor that they took from the Yaru Guild. Who makes clones in this universe. And you were tasked with buying this clone, delivering it back to Yatu, and in the process, you were also tasked with helping or being assisted by the Wreckers, which is another sort of pirate-esque faction that's allied with the Born Eco Syndicate. However, Maris, Havoc's rival that used to be running with the Born Eco Syndicate, now helps run and helps with the Wreckers. She was put on this mission with you. So with the Wreckers and you went to the Ashtari Cloud at this pirate auction. And some shit went down.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Lito's rival was there. Lito was there. We found Lito again at this auction. Not only Lito, but his like noble rival was there, who we discovered had used to be related in some way to Lito. It's very like nebulous, like what the relationship between these two is, but there's definitely some bad blood there for sure. And Lito's response to this was to just blow up the bar, killing a bunch of pirates and knocking Aaron off of his feet. But in the ensuing chaos, you're able to get the clone of the governor, not without a very tense standoff, though, with the Wreckers, who you ended up crippling Maris, killing Bobby O, and making it back onto your ship and leaving them on this chaotic pirate fight back in the Ashtari Cloud. Wow. Did I get everything? I think I got everything.
The gears in me demands that you say, or at least recognize, that the Wreckers were also very unprofessional.
The Wreckers were very unprofessional.
They were very unprofessional.
They were very
Graves feels unseen because he definitely flirted at the end of last episode, and that just wasn't in the recap.
You're right. I love that. I would love to bring Cord back because I think that's a very fun dynamic between Cord and Graves. And I think we will definitely see Cord again because that was just too fun.
Exciting.
I should also mention too, I don't know if Nick is remembering this, but you found like a wreath.
Yeah.
Like a high-tech looking-esque, ancient-looking wreath. You're not quite sure what it is, but that might be something you can figure out. Well, we end it right as you made it out of the Ashtari Cloud. I think we just have to, before we jump into any downtime stuff, I think you all have to figure out what you're gonna do with this clone. So we open, you're like right out of the Ashtari Cloud. You don't have to worry about any of the like tech problems that happen when you're flying around in the Ashtari Cloud. I also breezed past that because I don't really care to make you. Everything was so tense. Let's just skip to you getting out of the Ashtari Cloud. But you have a decision to make now. Where are you gonna go with this? What are you gonna do with this clone?
Because our default flight pattern would have been back to Warren. Is that the assumption? Because that's where our point of contact for the job was.
Correct.
Right?
That is where Yatu is.
Yatu.
Right? Yep.
Why are we putting this in our personal chat and not in the Twitch chat? So Johnny has an amazing suggestion that the Graves/Cord relationship or shipping be called Gord, but then Danny suggested Craves, and Johnny wrote, "The people crave gourds." Either way, I love it. I don't care what it gets called in the end.
There's gonna be a little tension in that relationship.
And Craven Gourds.
Craven Gourds.
Okay.
So, I think to set the scene, maybe a course is already locked in, but Gears is at like the meeting table. He's sipping on some coffee. Yeah, I don't know where everybody else is, but that's what I'm doing. Is everybody just here with me?
Yeah, Graves comes in.
Yeah,
He's
Leto
kind of nursing
might
a
be little-
wound.
Yeah, Leto might be a little less effervescent than you're used to, but he's there.
Yeah, occasionally Gears spaces out during periods of this, but kind of snaps back in. Havoc, you joining us, or are you?
Where's
are you-
Havoc?
Yeah, Havoc will set the ship to autopilot and join.
You really need an autopilot in space. I'm just throwing it out there. Like there's nothing. It's space.
Yeah, so
You just-
whenever he
line.
leaves, he has a post-it note that says autopilot that he slaps onto.
just locks the seat. Post-it note.
Yeah, he
Autopilot.
puts another post-it note on a seat that says Havoc's do not sit. A bunch of hazard signs.
Well, unfortunately, there's a wreck, and you crash into it, and then the ship explodes.
Oh.
This-
You don't need autopilot in space.
You don't need
Man, no one can teach a lesson like a GM, huh? Well, this is what happens.
You
Obviously,
ever want to
you're
shoot a
fine.
bullet with another bullet from 1,000 miles away?
Obviously, you're fine. Yes, Havoc, you slap on your autopilot sticky note and head back to the meeting room to talk to everybody.
Well, it was a pleasant surprise to see you, gents.
Yeah, it's great to find you. We were wondering where you had gone.
Leto, is there after the scuffle, the explosion? I'm curious, first of all, if you're wounded, or if your appearance is obviously different.
No, I am wounded. I got hurt during the fight. And so like he's kind of like nursing, like he got shot. I don't remember if we said where exactly he got shot, but I'm imagining kind of being like kind of off center on his chest. And
Yeah,
so
for sure, not a grave wound.
he's like kind of favoring that side of his like ribs area where he's got like a blaster wound there. But other than that, doesn't look much the worse for wear. He's had a chance to shower and put on his own clothes again, and but he looks otherwise, same.
It's interesting to me because Graves is probably in some respect mirroring that posture because he has blaster wounds from all that took place inside the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't yet had time to tend to those properly.
Yeah.
So he's not quite sitting down at the table, but just sort of leaning on it.
Yeah.
And wincing. Where do we go?
Well, what do you mean?
The governor. We got him.
Job was to take him to the Bornico syndicate.
Aren't you worried about heat?
We'll get heat regardless. I mean,
And the
that's,
heat's there either way.
Yeah.
But that said, couldn't this clone be a little more valuable? What are the Bornicos offering?
do I know what the Bornicos are offering?
And what was the Bornico offering again?
GM? Help!
Great question.
We all remember the answer to this, obviously, but
Well, Leto literally doesn't. 'cause he
Yeah.
wasn't there.
Leto doesn't, but the characters do. And
I don't remember Havoc asking how much was going to be paid for this.
this is why we
think
don't
I
like
just-
Havoc choose our jobs.
I think I distinctly remember, and
That's
that's
on. That's
so,
that's on me.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. It doesn't always have to be like up front. We're offering you this much gold for this job. Could just be like they told you we'd pay you, and then when you get to the end of the job, they give you the gold. But there might be times. This is a pretty big job. Trying to remember the exact Here's how much gold to offer or cred to offer for these types of jobs. Let me try and find it. In my head, I think I want to offer you 6 cred for this job.
Okay.
Why did my head go there too? Was that spoken at some point?
I don't think so. I think that was what I was always intending to give you for this job, is 6 cred, whether or not you talked about it. I think I have the... Yeah, let's just say 6 cred for now.
I simply wonder if having a clone of the governor could maybe do more good for us in the long run if we used it to gain control of the governor's seat.
You want to kill the governor and replace him with a clone we can control? Can we control this clone?
That's step 1, isn't it? I'm not sure. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't make a clone of myself and not put in some sort of anti-brainwashing measures and, things of that nature. But who knows? I think sometimes House Malcleith is so powerful they forget to be careful.
I'm not big on the idea of not completing the job as it was agreed upon.
You need to be professional, right?
Right, we do have a reputation to uphold.
We could, scrape some stem cells from the clone. Maybe make another one later.
Now, are we able to do that without entirely decanting it?
I'm pretty sure.
Just a quick lobotomy,
No. No.
So we haven't done
That's
before.
not what that is.
Yeah, even Graves knows what are you talking about?
So, I mean, most clones, to be fair, I haven't come across a terrible lot, but most of the ones I've ever interacted with, you can't access them physically without decanting them.
Oh, that's what you mean. No, I can yeah. It's usually a lot easier to decant them, but I could probably weasel my way through the system a little bit without having to open up everything.
I wonder then, maybe that's our best course of action. Uphold our reputation, but keep a little something for ourselves.
Just in case, a little bit of insurance,
I like it better than going after the governor's seat.
That is quite involved.
Definitely still an intention I hold, my goodman.
Then you're still mad. And he puts a hand on your shoulder a little too firmly, but it's an intended warm greeting, Leto.
Yes, it's good to be back among you fellows.
And it's good to have you. I had to talk to way too many people while you were gone. It was not pleasant. Was not enjoying it.
Conversation is the spice of life, Gears.
With good company. That is true.
Rhodium is the spice of life.
I'll leave that one to you, Graves.
Where were you, Leto?
The pleasure moon right outside of Andromeda.
Yeah.
Of course.
I was there. It was a honeymoon of sorts, not my own, but enjoyable nevertheless.
You at someone else's honeymoon?
Yes. It was paid for.
Both of them?
If you join it, then you're really part of it at that point.
Well, I didn't join it. I sort of commandeered it.
Oh.
Poor fellow. I will be sending him flowers or something of the sort to try and make amends. But...
Leto, you dog.
His
If you
fiance
ever do
was
that to me,
wonderful.
don't send flowers.
I don't think we have the same type, Graves. I don't think you need to worry about that.
Graves has a tab.
I imagine they're very hairy, and I'm not into that.
Mm.
Graves absentmindedly checks his own hair.
I don't think I'm too hairy. I liked it.
Maybe your thoughts go back to the Ashtari Cloud and the Ramdan you left behind.
My thoughts.
All of us are thinking sexual thoughts about.
All of you are thinking
Okay.
about.
What if I? So wait a second. I have deactivated nanites in me that can allow, if activated, can allow someone to see through my eyes, hear what I hear, all that. Could I like? That would probably have to do like a timed project to like.
That sounds like a
Copy that.
long-term project.
Put them into
Yeah.
clone.
For
To
sure.
reactivate them and implant them in the clone with our control.
For sure.
Do we have the time? No, so this is a genuine question. I'm asking out of character, but I'm assuming this is kind of like the conversation that's happening at the table still. Do we have the time to do that before we need to make a delivery?
Yeah, so we in general have kind of skipped over traveling from planet to planet. It still takes a bit of time, right? Like,
Yeah, it's probably a
you
months-long process, right?
Yeah, you are in the
Especially if you're
same
going system to system.
especially if you're going system to system. You are in the same system though.
Oh, okay.
But it's still probably going to take like maybe a week and a half.
Yeah,
now,
I
the thing
imagine
is-
probably avoiding the hyperlanes so we don't get too much scrutiny.
For sure. Then I'll tell you what, obviously if you want to skip to the downtime, we can do that. It means you're not going to get that cred until after downtime. If you would like to do that and you think you guys can try and complete a long-term project like that in this time, by all means, if that's what you want to do, let's do it. It's a gamble for sure, and there is risk involved in it, but
Campbell, risk sounds like we're playing Scum and Villainy.
I knew that sounds.
I like it. I like it.
All right.
I mean, Graves is pleasantly surprised by the direction this conversation took without much effort on his part. So
He was like, maybe, and we went, okay.
all right.
All
Then
right.
I'm going to skip the payoff part of payoff and upkeep, and we will just go to upkeep. You will still need to keep your ship flying in this meantime, especially now that you drove through the Ashtari Cloud. There's just like inherent like electrical damage that needs to be taken care of immediately. Now you have skipped the last one. Do you want to skip this one as well, or do you want to pay the 1 cred and upkeep it?
I will pay the cred.
Okay.
How much cred do you have
And the ship for
like how much? Oh, so you're paying from the ship's cred, not from?
Yeah.
I thought you were paying from your personal cred. Okay, never mind. Just making sure. I want to make sure we're sharing the load if we needed to.
Well, that's a great choice too, because I was looking at it and I was like, well, you're not going to be able to put any more cred in store it in the ship. You're going to have to spend it. So I think it's a smart idea to spend it now. All right, so you've spent that cred. We are done with upkeep. Oh baby, and now we're going to get into heat. This is going to be the fun part. If you're looking at those character sheets as well on Google Drive, Twitch, there's a faction tab that has the heat and want it levels in every system. The Ashtari Cloud is in the Rin system. So let's start with the base. I can't. Oh boy, loud and chaotic, high exposure, or wild, devastating exposure. I think it's loud and chaotic. So, because here's how I'm thinking about it in my head. You've already made an enemy of the Maelstrom, right? Like that's just I've bumped that that status down with them. They're at a -1 status. That just makes sense. I envision heat. It could be in terms of like a faction coming at you, but I imagine it more in the official capacity that like there's this huge explosion, and like obviously the government has like investigators and police and security and that stuff, and so the heat represents like the hegemony like enclosing around you. So I think because it's pirates, they don't care as much, right? The Maelstrom HQ explodes a little bit, and there's some fighting that's pirates that happens. But I do still think it was loud and chaotic, and there's high exposure involved in that. So we're going to start with a base of 4.
I mean, I think the huge key to the exposure is what went missing, you know? Like, the stakes, to me, could not be higher.
Yeah. Well, I have a question, too, like, as it relates to the heat and to the level of exposure. But to my character personally,
Sure.
like, how blown is Leto's cover? Like, is the name Leto basically useless to me now?
That is, I don't think that would be something Leto would know right now.
Yeah.
I think that might be something we'd have to figure out and play. Certainly, Aaron knows you're alive now. And what happens to him? Who knows what happens to him? So yeah, let's start with 4 heat, loud and chaotic, high exposure. Additional potential heat, high profile or well-connected target. I don't think so, and I don't think you had any public use of artifacts, so none there. But unfortunately, killing of hegemonic citizens, absolutely, definitely. Also, I would argue massive property damage. So I'm definitely adding 2 heat for this job. That's going to bring us to a total of 6. Now,
Can I ask a question real quick? It's a gentle pushback question.
Yeah.
Because if we're defining heat in the most official capacity, would the system, as they apply heat, be overly concerned with property damage to the Maelstrom pirates?
Yeah, even if I were to say, they don't care about the massive property damage, there were hegemonic citizens that died.
Okay, yeah.
So I think regardless, you're getting that +2 heat.
Okay, fair enough.
But that's fun because you already have 2 heat in Rin, and that +6 is going to bring us up to 8, which is going to give you a wanted level.
Oh boy.
This is the first time we have a wanted level. This is very fun. That just means, for those that are listening, when I roll the entanglements in this upcoming portion, I'm going to roll on a higher level table. So there's now different things that can happen during entanglements that could not happen now that you have a wanted level.
I really hope you just chain 6s and we go straight to rolling on wanted level 3.
There's part of me that's like, oh my god, that'd be crazy if that happened. I'm gonna roll entanglements right now. Let's see what happens. Oh, fun! I was hoping this is one of the new wanted level entanglements. Wanted level 1 entanglements.
Death.
I'm gonna hold on to this because it doesn't make too much sense since you're all still on the ship doing downtime.
Great.
Okay.
Just hang that over our heads. Okay.
Classic GM bullshit.
Yeah. This guy. I can't believe this guy.
You can't pocket consequences, but you can pocket entanglements.
It's not. I'm not pocketing. It
Different
just
system.
It just doesn't make sense narratively. There's no. I'm like looking at what I rolled. There's absolutely no way I'd be able to make it make sense.
No, it's totally reasonable.
And you'll understand why when you get back to one.
I mean, we're totally
I know. I understand. For now, though, let's do downtime activities.
Okay.
And if you want to spend your downtime activities, like when you're back on Warren, that's fine as well too. I know that obviously Gears is probably going to do this long-term project, and anyone who wants to help him can do that. But if you're like, I can't think of anything to do on the ship, you can certainly save them, and we can play around with these things for sure.
I'm gonna ask a question. I'm asking this publicly. I think the conversation that I'm going to reference was an offline conversation, so listeners aren't necessarily privy to this. But do you want us to say what downtime we want to do, or do you want us to try and wrap it more in narrative and just allow downtime activities to come about more organically?
I'd love to wrap it narratively, but if you can't think of anything, you just want to tell me a downtime activity, that works.
Okay.
But yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Just gonna fix the shit. I mean, study the nanites. And I should. I already did a clock where I had to like fully understand them, so I don't know if that puts me in a good position.
For sure. I think that we definitely don't need to have you study them again. I think you have, you had a decent understanding of how they worked. You just didn't have the tools to deactivate them.
Mm-hmm.
And now correct me if I'm wrong. So ultimately the goal is to take these nanites out of yourself or copy them somehow, put them into this clone, so that way you'll have visuals of this clone.
Yeah, so I imagine that they're like deactivated, but like just flowing in gears.
Absolutely.
Eventually, they'd probably pass naturally, but he just takes out a small sample of them. They're nanites. They'll like self-replicate once they get into their target, and then with that small sample, he's just trying to reprogram them so that they report to him, and they'll work fine in the new body.
I think then we're looking at just one clock. I don't think it's like connected long-term projects. I think it's just reprogramming the nanites. I think it's very easy to take them out of you. It's very easy to put them in the clone, but it is the reprogramming that is going to be the difficult part. I imagine that is a let's go with 8-segment clock for that. All right, let's go with an 8-segment clock. I like that because I think that puts it within your reach to do it with just your 2 downtime activities, but you could also have somebody help you. So it puts it within reach of you being able to do it on this trip, but it does cost you to be able to do that.
All right. Anyone assisting Gears during this project?
I think depending on how much dedicated time it requires, Ludo definitely is interested in helping with this.
Okay. And how does that assist work?
So it wouldn't be an assist in the terms of you helping with the role. What I meant is, like, let's say you get to the end of your 2 downtime activities and you still haven't done it. Lido could also roll one of his downtime activities to continue to complete this clock.
Yeah. All right, then
what action are you using?
I'm going to use rig to
that makes sense.
Understand and
Yep, reprogram. Makes sense.
Rework. All right.
Rigmarole. Rigmarole.
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok.
I got a 5. It's the highest I rolled.
Okay, so go ahead and mark off 2 on that clock.
And then
I think you're working 3 because you have your special ability that lets you add the +1. Yep. There is a space for project clocks in those character sheets.
Oh, nice.
Which is pretty cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So I get 3. Okay.
Great.
And then
no, please, if you want to go for it again.
Yeah. So the whole time, Gears basically just hits the machines. Is in the engineering basically, and just working on it. Okay, that one is a 4.
Okay, so 3 more in total with your +1 already.
And then I am short. So it was an 8-segment clock, right? So I'm short 2, yeah.
We're short 2, yeah.
So is this where the assistance comes in, or do I just pay?
Yeah, someone else could take it up. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I could use one of my downtime activities to pick up the project and help.
I love it.
Cool.
What do you do, Lido?
Yeah, so I mean, I I think Leto is not necessarily the most mechanically inclined on the ship, but thanks to his upper crust upbringing, he knows how to study. He learned how to study, and so I think I like spend a lot of time just like looking over Gear's shoulder and learning how to learn about this so that I can understand whatever it is I need to. And so I'll roll a study.
I understand. So you're sort of helping with sort of like the grunt work part of
the grunt work and even like hitting the
Scalpel.
books if Gears needs it. It's like, okay, there's this thing I'm not quite getting, and it's like, okay, let me go and like read these 3 ebooks.
I love it. Perfect. I love it. Okay, go ahead and roll that study.
2.
All right, so that is just 1 segment. You're still short 1.
I feel like your Graves would not help him very much in this regard.
Do I just have to buy it?
You could buy, you could buy another downtime activity with a cred for sure.
I think I will at that point.
Okay.
Sorry that you ended up having to use yours, Johnny.
No, it's fine.
All right. Last study or work on this. I hope. It would take an extreme situation. I rolled a 4, so.
You're fine. I mean, you're gonna add a +1 to whatever you roll anyway, so
yeah,
you've gotten it. But with the help of Leto, Gears is able to reprogram these nanites and put them in this clone of Governor Malcleave. That is so fun. You reactivate them, you pull up like a little tablet, turn it on, and you are able to see everything that the clone is seeing.
Which is nothing right now, but
nothing right now, but you know it works.
It's a live feed of darkness. That's important. That is different than nothing.
Real quick, we didn't explicitly land on not taking back
explicitly did not land yet. We've been circling.
No. I'm talking about figuratively.
Taking
in terms of the conversation of what to do with the clone.
Oh no, I think we did decide to take it back to Yatu.
Take it back to Yatu. Okay.
Yeah. At a certain point during the trip, in between, times when Gears is needing help, Leto at a certain point goes to Graves, like comes and knocks on your door.
You better bring a book.
Oh, do you say that when I knock on the door?
Yep.
I go back to my room.
Oh, 1 second.
I come back with a copy of Mice and Men.
Aww.
This one, I actually have read. I think you'll quite enjoy it.
Mice. Is this an important species to you?
Mice are a small rodent, very fragile. Read it. You'll understand that the title will make sense once you've read the book.
Okay.
Graves, may I ask for your assistance with something?
Yes.
On several occasions, as jobs have gone inevitably awry, I found myself quite lacking in regard to martial prowess. And I was wondering if you might guide me in the art of fisticuffs, as it were. Maybe we can spend some time in the cargo bay, and you can teach me what it is to fight.
You want to learn how to fight?
Quite right, yes.
As long as you never say fisticuffs again.
Okay, I shall log that away, and I shan't say it again.
Leto, Did you mean for us to learn about your other name?
Oh, that. I was wondering if anyone would bring it up. No, I did not intend that, but, well, the moment felt like it was a necessary revelation. Your life was in danger, and, well, I quite like having you around.
So where were you really? That
Oh.
moon?
I really was there, yes. Laying low and all that.
After a moment, longer than you would normally get from Graves. Like he seems deep in contemplation. He meets your gaze and says,
Good that you're back.
It's good to be back.
We can fight as soon as you're healed.
I do appreciate that, but if I was hoping maybe we'd start right away. I mean, I won't always have the opportunity to heal before I get into a fight in the real world.
Now you're thinking like a Ramdan.
and he emphatically just like puts a hand on your chest a little too close to the wound.
Lito winces every single time.
Let's go fight.
Wonderful.
Sounds like you're training with
Yes.
downtime action.
Yeah, cut to just maniacal laughter coming down the hallway as Gears finally fixes the nanites. He's just like,
Oh
Like perfectly timed to
Just
Graves getting
screaming
Lito
explicit-
right under the eye.
yeah, just Gears like just yelling explicatives at the nanites themselves because they took longer than he thought to fix them.
Havoc from the pilots that you just hear. Mad scientists laughing and screaming coming from different directions of the ship.
Sounds like they're having fun. And then Havoc will put headphones in.
Lito, I assume you are going to add a point into prowess.
Yes.
Makes sense. That makes sense. All right.
Working towards upgrading that scrap.
Great. I guess Steve Graves could train here too, if that's
Graves could
a
train as
downtime
well
actually
if he
wanted
wants
to
to.
take.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, is this a good opportunity where he would lean into the learning? Because sometimes teaching is the best way to learn.
It is. It also doesn't have to be, you can also think of training not just as like learning something, but honing the skills you already have.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So I definitely think if you wanted to spend a downtime activity, you could definitely train in this moment as well.
Yeah.
He's thinking.
I will do it.
Okay.
Yeah. So do I also roll?
No.
Oh, no,
With
no.
training, you just mark one in the appropriate
Love it.
attribute.
Yeah, the attribute XP, not a fresh pip in
Oh, I
skill.
know. Just get a straight tip.
That'd be insane.
That would
It's
be
like a Popeye
way
spinach can.
overpowered.
Yeah.
If only training were that easy in any game or
Yeah.
real life.
For sure. For sure.
I can see
Can I
prowess and
also-
resolve making sense here too for Graves. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
To
Yeah.
your training, you're like the
It
one.
is harder for me to get XP there. I have one right now from trying to command folks because the only way I knew how to negotiate was to bark orders.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take that instead. I'll take the instructive side of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
All that
Training.
makes a lot of sense there for Graves.
I love that. I love that a lot. Go ahead and mark it in resolve
call, Danny.
instead then.
Cool.
I like that because to me it helps me focus on narratively. Like Grace
What's
isn't
happening?
used to being a teacher, and this is
Yeah.
actually
Mhm.
challenging
Mhm.
Yes.
for him.
I like that.
Especially because Lito's like he's 2 left feet and all thumbs. And not good at this.
Your limbs are so
Only when it comes to
confusing.
fighting.
Only
When it
when
comes
it
to
comes to
dancing, he's
I think Spy
So many
gets proved
thumbs.
that all thumbs is actually much more terrifying than anyone could have imagined.
Oh God.
I hate those things.
Lord.
Anyways.
Oh my gosh.
Anyone? Yeah. Does anyone else have any other downtime activities?
Yeah, I want to
Shit.
spend some time recovering.
Same.
That
We're
makes
both
sense.
wounded.
Now, I think the question that we're gonna have to address then,
Mhm.
where's that medical help coming from?
I think we're gonna have to land. Like landing
Well,
won't
I mean-
necessarily end our downtime, right? I mean, we could just.
No, that's what I said. If you want to
Yeah.
tell
Well,
me
no-
the downtime activities you're doing in the ship,
We just
that's
don't
fine.
get the
You can save
cred.
some for Warren as well. You're just not getting the cred right now.
Yeah, I
Graves
do
just
want to.
pulls a terrified medic out of a closet.
So I was gonna say I do want to like lean into that for a second because like at least the way it's phrased on the rules reference, like doesn't indicate to me that a doctor is necessary, and I feel like the wounds that Leto has specifically are wounds that could just with some time and intentionality heal on their own.
Yeah, let's see what kind of wounds we got here. Yeah.
Look at the back and forth inside of Justin's soul.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, you might visit a doctor who can stitch your
Yeah,
wound.
you might visit a doctor. So I liken that to physical wounds. I guess it could be psychological too if you're going to like
Therapist.
I would
therapist or
love
something.
to have a Graves therapy scene sometime.
That'd be very funny. That would be very funny.
Pack.
I
Every
am
time
going
Leto
to
says he's
say
going to therapy. He's just going to a brothel.
Oh no.
I think I'm going to say that a level 2 blaster wound is something that requires a doctor.
Which is
Agree to
what I
disagree.
have.
That's also what I have. I
Yeah.
have blasted.
Get blasted.
You can get better from bullet
I-
wounds.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, like you can though. Like that's my point. Is like you can, like plenty of people get shot and just don't go to the hospital and just recover.
For sure. In my head, I would say that you could definitely do that with a level 1
Like the
blaster
singed
wound.
that I have.
That would definitely be something I think you could just. But I like level 2 and level 3 requires I think a bit more intentional care than just sort of like resting and sleeping it off.
Okay. Well, then if we can land somewhere, I need to get to a brothel.
Is that where you heal?
There's a brothel doctor.
Brothel
Oh,
doctors. Yeah, I guess they do. Yeah.
I mean, brothels probably do have doctors out in space.
Yeah, and I can pay a cred to indulge vice while we're at the brothel.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's the thing. Anyone you can save your downtime activities for Warren, but if you have something you want to do on the ship, feel free to let me know.
Yeah, while we're still on the ship, I think it's while Gears is maniacally laughing, and
Goes on for a while, so
Graves are,
you got time.
yeah. Leto and Graves are training. Avic will sort of look like to the door like that leads to the cockpit and close it, and he'll give Yatsu a call.
Okay. Havoc, my boy. How went the job?
Yeah, pretty much as expected. Wreckers betrayed us, but we kneecapped Maris and killed some cocky hacker, and but we got the clone, so
Well, I'm
Yeah, I mean-
happy you got the clone, and I'm disappointed that you seem to have sullied our relationship with the Wreckers.
that
But I suppose
eye.
that was Maris's decision.
Yeah, we didn't have anything to do with that. I'm surprised you didn't see that coming, Yatsu. I mean, we pretty much saw it from a mile away. Inevitable betrayal.
Well, we've helped out the Wreckers and other things. They've helped us out. It's up until now been a give or take. And the reason I partly blame you, I have to imagine Maris's relationship with you partly influenced her decisions.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're the one who hired us, right? You know how it's coming.
That's true. That's true.
No matter, as the job's done, we have the clone. We're on the way back to you. Has Maris contacted you at all?
I haven't heard anything from her, no.
All right. Yeah, so I guess the Bornico's relationship with the Wreckers is pretty much plummeted at this point.
Shot that in the foot.
All right. I like the continued blame of me. It's fine. Doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not the one who kneecapped her, so.
At the end of the day, we've lost an ally.
I mean, like I said, it was going to happen. She's been almost constantly trying to kill me, so.
It's true. If I'm being completely honest, I had hoped that you guys would have found some way to get past your anger towards each other in this job. That's half of why I hired her, to help out. But
I think it's going to take more than talking to fix her and I's relationship. Got to.
Well, you know, trauma bonding and all that.
I don't know if this guy's a good influence.
All right, yeah. I get your point. But yeah, we have the clone, so I'll see you in a few.
All right.
All right.
Havoc.
And
thank you for calling me. I appreciate you. I've always seen you like a son.
So Havoc was going to hang up. And he goes, there's something you should know, actually, Atu.
Speak.
I got a companion here, part of my crew. The same one who you happen to, you know, that you put those surveillance bots in him.
Mechanic, yes.
Yeah. I think he might be doing some mechanic-y rigmarole, putting those in the Malcleaf clone.
You rat bastard fuck.
We're all thinking it. Nick's just saying it.
Well,
I should have muted myself. I apologize.
I'm just gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him.
It's just on an open channel. We're all just listening to this conversation.
Oh my god!
I love the screen to just like split a bunch of directions to show us all on our beds and our like cots or whatever, just like listening to a call.
Obviously not.
The training stopped, and they're all just.
Obviously not. That would take away from the effect of this decision.
Totally.
There's silence a bit, and then Yachi goes, "Thank you, Havoc. Thank you. I appreciate you telling me up front. Don't worry. As of now, that's fine. Continue to let your mechanic friend mess around with this clone. It's inconsequential to our plans."
All right. Thought you should know. Thank you, Yati, for everything.
Thank you. See you in a bit.
All right. And then
I
Havoc
love you.
will. Yatu says that
Yeah, wait,
after
does he
Havoc
actually
hangs
say
up.
that?
You hang up, and then we cut to Yato and he goes, "I love you." Oh, dang it! You hung up already.
Man, it's really late to just try to build that bond, bro. But
I think that would suffice as indulging my vice indebted to Yatu.
I absolutely agree.
All right. I was looking at all of your faces when I was doing that.
Yeah, I should have muted myself. I knew what was coming, and I knew how I was gonna react. I should have muted myself.
Yes, I'm going to roll. I have hedonist, so I can adjust the outcome by either -2 or +2.
Yes.
So let's do this.
What are you rolling first? Like
oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. With my lowest attributes. So yep,
it's either insight or resolve. Yep. So it's how many ticks you've got in those gray boxes. You only have 1 in insight and 1 in resolve, so you're just rolling 1 die.
1 die, but I rolled a 6.
Okay.
So I'm going to. How much stress do I have marked? Oh, I'm scrolled. I have 8 stress marks, so I can adjust it by 2 and unmark all of my stress.
Is it up to? Oh, by plus or minus. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I think that -2 is to try to avoid overindulgence.
Overindulging. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, but you add the +2 and it's exactly 8 and get rid of all of your stress. I love it.
Yeah. No, I was honestly both as Danny and Havoc. I wasn't gonna tell Yatu, but then Yatu pulled the toxic father-son dynamic that they have, and then Havoc felt that you gotta
do it. You gotta do it. I love it too because I feel like that actually meets the obligation requirement, right? If you're just saying hey dad, what's up? But you know what I mean? But actually saying oh, this thing is happening. I feel like definitely is leaning into that obligation vice for sure. Oh, I love it. Anybody else have anything they want to do on the ship before we land in Warren?
I think we're landing.
All right, let's land in Warren. I imagine the first thing you do is take the clone to Yatu. Yeah. Yep.
It's not the first thing I want to do, but let's do it anyway.
I understand. I think I can use maybe narratively that makes the most sense. Yeah, narratively it makes the most sense.
Fair enough.
Do you want to play out that scene? You just want to take the credit.
Here you go, Yatu. And we.
Wonderful. Thank you. I hope you didn't see too much action and harm in that job.
This is a Ramdan, right?
This is a Ramdan, yes.
This is, I think, the first time I'm seeing Yatu, because it's always been Havoc as the go-between.
Yes, yeah.
Is there anything about his appearance that very clearly signals that he has departed from anything approximating a Ramdan way of life?
Oh, for sure. It's very clear. He's wearing a very well-tailored suit.
Graves once again looks a little bit unconsciously at his fur. As though feeling naked by comparison to the other Ramdan in a suit.
Wait a second. What's going on here? I mean, there was some injury. Apparently, Maris can't be professional about a job or maintain any semblance of professionality on a job, and she got hers. So that's just how that went.
She's a piece of space junk,
and you can't walk.
Well, can't say I didn't expect that to happen. I had hoped that you'd be able to just purchase it and come back unharmed. I had a feeling something else would go down, though. So I'm glad that the 4 of you made it out. It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't see many of our kind out in the world.
Graves.
Graves, good to meet you. You could call me Yatu, I guess. I don't do the whole naming thing, and I don't really see any purpose in it.
Do you try to seek out the Ramden at all?
Why would I do that? I'm incredibly comfortable here. Have no need for other Ramden. But if you're ever looking to make a little extra cred on the side, I can always use some muscle.
Right.
Oh, there ain't no muscle like Graves. And I slap his gigantic bicep.
Next time,
so many
then.
times.
I want to suggest that Yatu, unless he's especially perceptive, wouldn't see much expression on Graves. But
Sure.
His closer company here would see that he's a bit disappointed in his kin.
I don't think we even need to look at him to know that would be true.
Yeah. Havoc has the biggest smile on his face looking at this interaction.
Something funny, Havoc.
Everything's funny all the time, Graves.
Right.
All right. Well, you can leave the merchandise here. Here is for your trouble. And he passes over a cred stick.
Ah, yes.
You're just gangster.
I know. I like grab it. I'm not rude about it, but yes.
It's a job well done. That's 6 cred there.
Nice.
We're working on some things, but I'm sure we'll have something again for you in a while.
Thank you kindly.
Graves turns to leave.
All right, well,
Get the fuck out.
bye.
I got stuff to do.
No, leave, please.
Got crime stuff to do.
Very busy agenda full of crime here.
You're busy
I got
doing
so much-
crimes.
Look at this calendar. It says crime from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. tonight.
Crimes, more crimes, lesser crime.
I love that he gets his crime done before 6. You know, it's all
What?
packed in there.
You need
Of
work-life
course.
balance,
Life
Steve.
Yes,
Crime-
absolutely.
Crime life balance.
Tell the mafia day.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm a keen sculptor at night. I go to the wine and pottery and wine.
Every night.
Every
It's
night.
it's important to have hobbies, but might I recommend just taking some time to rest? Do not do anything.
What's resting? I don't understand.
It's when you
Oh,
just
no.
you sit.
Dark
Maybe
in
you
so many ways.
an attractive person give you a massage. Well, you sit and do nothing. Maybe you watch something on the latest program on your holotube, and you do nothing at all. No pottery.
I'm
no
not gonna lie, that
farm.
sounds terrible. I don't know why I would do that.
Oh man.
Try it. Try it between now and the next time we see one another. And if you don't enjoy it, I promise personally to do nothing. I don't know why I started that sentence that way.
I like this one. All right. For you, little one, I'll try it. I'll give it a try.
See that you do.
There you go. Yeah.
Yatu's two
All right.
vices are crimes and pottery.
Crimes and pottery.
Everybody gets a cred for their personal stash.
Oh,
We are
And
getting
we have an
to
extra
that
cred.
point as well too, where you can only hold 4 cred on your person at a time. If you
I'm
have
at
more than that, you're going to
3.
need to spend it or put it in your stash.
Which you can't retrieve from your stash, right? Is that how it works?
I believe you can, but I believe it's 2 cred. Basically 2 stash per 1 cred. So if you want to take cred out of your stash, you have to unmark 2 stash in order to.
Okay.
so you
Take
lose
credit.
value on it.
Correct. I believe so. Let me double check that.
All right,
Yeah.
Continue.
So it's
making
important to just
funny.
spend your money as soon as you get it. That's the moral of this story.
that's what I'm hearing.
Pretty much, but it's we're getting
Speaking
to that
of
point. We're getting to that point too, where like how much? Yes, it is. For every 2 stash removed, you get 1 cred. When your character inevitably retires, their situation when they retire is entirely dependent on how much stash you have. So the more stash you have, the better your life is going to be when you retire. But
that's kind of fun.
If you want to just live fast and loose as a criminal, you can do that.
I mean, what criminal doesn't have a Roth IRA? You know what I'm saying? They all plan for the long term.
Live fast, leave a pretty corpse. That's one of my mottos.
There you go. We're not at odds at all. Carry on.
All right, friends. I believe Havoc has a downtime activity. Lido has 2 downtime activities because he has that extra one, and Graves has 1.
They were both
seeking
recovery.
Purchasing
unless Lido's
another one.
changed.
And Gears is gonna buy another downtime activity. Wow.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love it. All right, who wants to go first?
I'm heading to the casino. I don't know what everybody else is doing.
Well, the place I'm going is near the casino. I'll follow you.
Great.
I'm actually gonna have 3 more activities, by the way, Justin.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, you're buying another one too.
Oh my.
No, I'm gonna
Gosh.
use one of my free ones.
Oh, you get multiple free ones.
I only get 1 free. I get an extra one because of my speaker
Yeah,
ability.
You trained.
I trained. I'm
So you.
I trained. So then I'm using my second one, my second normal one. I'm
Okay.
buying a third, and
There
then
we go.
because
You're
of
buying-
air of
you are buying one.
respectability,
Yep.
but then because of air of respectability, I get an extra one to lay low or to okay.
I knew you got that extra laying low or acquire an asset one, but it was the buying one that I didn't catch you. said.
Gotcha,
Okay.
gotcha.
Perfect. Wonderful. So Gears is going to the casino, presumably to indulge a vice. Lido, you are going somewhere as well.
Yeah, I'm going to there's a I was not kidding. There's a brothel near the casino, and that's where I'm going to
course.
both recover and
Makes a lot of sense.
indulge vice.
Probably
Yes,
on
it
guy.
makes-
Is there any
lot-
chance that Lido would have told Graves that this was where he was going to recover?
No, I think Lido would just be like, I know a good doctor. You can follow me.
Okay, great. Because in that case, I'm with you.
I don't know if we've established this, but I like to try and keep we should try and keep the NPCs as tight as possible. So perhaps there is a knight that what's her face? The doctor you know works out of this brothel.
Dr. Carey?
Dr. Carey
Yeah.
works out of this brothel.
I don't think we've established how we met. Maybe that's how we met.
Maybe that's how you met.
Mm.
Maybe this is her where she works out. She's a brothel doctor.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense. If you said she's into like cosmetics and plastic surgery,
Mhm.
I think that would fit really well into, they would want a doctor like that to help
Yeah.
out with this sort of thing. So that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, you know a very good doctor that works here.
Yeah, I guess that in that case, I just tell Graves, like, I'm going to see Dr. Carey. You can come with me. She'd be happy to see you again.
When we go through the door, and like he just sees all the, I don't know. I'm picturing like part club atmosphere, but maybe it doesn't have to be that raucous. What would you
No,
say?
so this is like an upper class sort of place, and so
Ah,
you could walk in and never know that you're in a brothel.
okay. So it just feels kind of like a quiet clinic, like a peaceful place.
It doesn't feel like a clinic, but it feels like a quiet club sort of thing. There's you probably notice you like I don't know if Graves would notice this necessarily, but like the ratio of like really unreasonably beautiful people to like kind of frumpy but clearly rich people is really weird and askew.
Yeah.
What an unfortunate commentary on real life. Anyway,
Go to
Well,
Vegas.
yeah.
and I was gonna say too that Gears and Graves have been to Dr. Carey before, but I think you didn't know that like basically her clinic is connected to this brothel. It's like its own
Okay.
thing, but you can
Yeah.
walk through the brothel in order to get there.
Yes.
So last time when you came, you just went straight to the clinic, but now Lido is leading you through the brothel part.
Yeah, this is my favorite entrance.
okay,
course.
very good. Graves kind of eyes people a little suspiciously as you make your way through the building, but otherwise just follows.
Leto's like, oh, it's so wonderful to see you again, Starlight. And oh, you too, James. Oh, it's so good to see. He's just like greeting like every single one of these beautiful people by name.
Yep, all the workers. They're giving you touches and drinks as you walk past, and then you walk past everybody and walk into Carrie's clinic. And she's like, "Oh, I was wondering when I was going to see you again."
It's a pleasure as always, Doctor.
Always. What can I do for you?
We got shot.
We jump right into it.
All right. Wonderful. All right. Let me take a look at what's going on. And Dr. Carey does the necessary medical stuff.
I just like to imagine that Leto would have said the same thing in 30 words.
Yep.
All right, friends.
Why say a lot word? Few word do trick.
You are recovering.
If there is a single quote that encompasses Graves.
Few word do trick. Let's do this then. If you've got a level 1 harm, you're recovering, so it just clears. Let's have you roll your crew quality. -1.
So our crew quality is 1, correct?
Actually, it is. So here's what it is. It is 1. So 1 minus 1 is 0, which would be roll 2 and take the lower. However, because this is one of your contacts, you're going to add a dice to this. So you're going to roll 1 dice.
Okay.
And that is it.
Perfect.
Then we each roll that separately for our recoveries, right?
Correct.
I rolled a 6.
Great. So you're going to mark 3 off of your healing clock. Once that's filled, you'll get rid of your level 2 harm will become a level 1 harm.
Amazing.
Nice. I rolled a 4.
That is 2. I know that you are still missing 1 on your healing clock. If you want it, you could spend a cred and bump that up to a 6 and mark off 3.
I will spend that cred to complete my healing clock.
Wonderful, 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 wonderful.
Oh, I can remove my level 2 harm, is that right?
Your level 2 harm becomes a level 1 harm.
Okay.
I believe. I was double checking that right now, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Let me just confirm that. Make funny.
Make funny. Is that your command to tell us to do humorous things? Make funny.
Go make funny. Geppetto, make with the pop pop.
Yours is just shooting normal craps at the casino across the street. Just
go ahead and
there's no holiday.
Go ahead and indulge your vice then. Yeah.
Shooting
Ancient
craps will never not sound like a metaphor for pooping.
No, literally.
Yep.
Oh no.
Maybe it is.
When you're,
you never know.
When your healing clock is filled, remove all harm.
Excellent.
Nice.
I was going to say, because it's relatively mechanically difficult for most folks to just fill their whole healing clock. Like,
yeah, no,
I had to pay the extra cash, and I already have a healing ability that I've invested in with an advancement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that makes sense to me.
So I have a level 2 harm. I marked 3 on my healing clock. When I mark 6, I just get rid of it entirely. I don't.
Correct.
Okay.
However, if you take another harm before you can fill up that, we reset your healing clock.
Right. Okay.
That's why it's hard to heal.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Whew, I'm feeling way better.
Is there a different mechanic, or is it not a thing to downgrade a harm?
That might be a narrative thing. Okay. I'm almost certain that's how it works in Blades in the Dark. It might not be how it works in Blades in the Dark. But
Cool.
how it works in Scum and Villainy is filled out healing clock. Boom. No more harm.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, I'm going to indulge vice, but I'm gonna forego my 4th thing that I mentioned. I'm not gonna do another thing right now.
Let's just have then both Gears and Leto roll their indulge vice roll.
Cool.
Since that's just kind of happening. You get healed and then immediately walk into the brothel to engage in
I look at Graves and say, there's an exit there if you're more comfortable, or if you would like to indulge with me, I'm going to go and maybe get some special attention.
It's funny because the last time that Graves was in an establishment with alcohol with Leto got drunk and then disappeared. So wordlessly, Graves nods and then he stays outside of the door of whatever room you go in, and for the first time volunteers himself as security. He just stands outside of the door.
Oh, it's really sweet for some reason. Okay. So I just roll with my lowest attribute.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Gotta get a new dice. That one fell into the abyss. 6.
All right. So clear 6 stress. You didn't overindulge.
Nope.
Wonderful.
The way you said 6 sounded like you were doing another Steve impression.
He was talking about how he's indulging.
Not intentional.
6.
6.
6.
Yeah, no, I still have one stress.
Hey guys, this is the sound of me rolling a die.
I'm having 6.
I'm having.
I rolled a 4 in my indulge advice. That was a while ago,
All right.
but I just thought I'd throw it out there.
No, please, thank you, thank you.
Graves, while you're like guarding the door, things get loud in a way that you feel like is maybe Leto kind of just messing with you. Like it feels direct and intentional.
Oh no. I mark level 3 harm.
Guard.
Mark level 4 harm and die.
Just die.
So let's see. I think Gears said they're gonna spend a cred to do one more, and Havoc still has one more.
Oh, that was the indulge advice was my spending.
That's right. Perfect.
Oh,
Because you already. Yep. Perfect. Havoc. Then let's focus on you. What are you doing? Where are you going?
Yes. So Havoc is going to go down that same back alley that leads to that same shady underground little street racing thing, because it's been a while since we've forgot the name of that group that's inevitably
the Echo Wave Riders.
The Echo Wave Riders. And I love that clock that we have.
It's so fun. I'm pulling it up right
Wait, are
now.
you going down to where they are by yourself right now?
No, I'm just I want to do another race. I want to participate in another race.
I was like,
Yeah.
Havoc's gonna betray us and then get killed within a couple of days.
Problem solved itself.
Yeah.
Right?
So some problems solve themselves. Yeah.
Oh god.
You are indulging a vice, I assume.
No, I'm not betting on it. I want to participate in a race.
Yeah, I think that's still
Yeah.
or is that training for you?
I think I'd want to train.
You want to train?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go for it.
Mhm.
I'm assuming you're adding that to. Are you adding that to Insight?
Yeah, I'm trying to decide what would make most sense to add to it. Could also just add it to playbook.
You could add it to the play. Don't forget too that if you're training Insight as a as your like ship playbook, you get an extra +1 when you train in Insight.
Oh. Okay, I'll just do that then. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the race gets done. Oh wait, what are you? Does Insight make the most sense? I don't know if Insight makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah, I feel like what would make the most sense is either playbook or prowess.
As prowess. Okay, I'll let you make that decision. I don't really
Okay.
care. Can you put it in playbook?
I think it depends on what you're like. What specifically are you doing? What about the race is helping you train? What are you trying to train to do? Like, are you trying to get better at rigging a speeder to like?
Yeah.
So you're trying to increase your mechanical ability so that you can build the best speeder, or are you trying to?
He's specifically just trying to get better at maneuvering a vehicle
Going fast.
while going as fast as possible.
Okay.
It's probably prowess. Yeah.
It's probably prowess then. Sounds like prowess to me. All right. Well, the race gets done, and you get off your speeder bike, turn it back in so that it's locked up and housed for the next race. And as you were walking back out of that alley, a car comes speeding up and floats down in front of you. And the door swings open, and out walks two cops.
How can I help you, officers?
You can get in a car.
May I ask, what reason do you have to put me in a car?
Are we going to do this the hard way, or are you going to come with us quietly?
I'll come with you loud. I'm going to talk the entire time. Sucks for you. He starts to hop into the car.
You get in the car, and they go, we know you have some connection to the Boronico Syndicate, so we just have a few questions for you. And they start to ask you about your latest job, and it starts to dovetail as well into some of the other jobs that your crew has done. This is the entanglement interrogation.
That's what I thought.
System officers round up one of the PCs to question them about the crew's crimes. How did they manage to capture you? Well, Havoc was by himself at the end of a race walking through a strange alley. You have an option. You can either pay them off with 2 cred. They'll just kick you right back out of the car. Good to go. Or they're going to take you somewhere and actually interrogate you, and they will sweat it out of you. You will take a level 2 harm, and in either choice, either you pay them or they sweat it out of you, you are also going to take +2 heat. Now, you can resist both of these consequences separately if you would like to.
So I'd have to either pay 2 cred or sweat it out for both
for a level 2 harm, and then regardless of what you choose there,
and the heat,
you're going to take 2 heat.
Oh, so no matter what, the heat's happening.
Yes, unless you resist the consequence.
Okay. Well, Havoc's going to pay them off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I have 3 creds. I'm going to spend 2 of that.
Okay.
Yeah, Havoc, like during the car ride when as he's talking, he goes, officers, I just, came from this very profitable race. I have some things to attend to, and this just, it seems like you're, not really having the best time doing this. You're just following orders, doing your job. I gotta make it worth your while just to drop me off right here.
You flash the 2 cred, sort of look at each other. Deal.
All right. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you for the donation to the system. For now, we recommend that your associates lay low for a bit. There are other officials who are looking for you. But for now, feel free to carry about your business.
All right. Bye-bye.
Do you want to accept that 2 heat, or do you want to resist it?
I'm trying to think how that would look.
Yeah.
Resisting the heat. I can try to resist it. I don't have any stress. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Before Havoc leaves, he's just going to pop into the car and say, "Hey, and also, given my generous donation, do you think it might be best if we all keep this to ourselves?"
I like that. But that sounds like resolve.
Yes. And I'm just rolling with a dice.
A single
Un
dice. Un dice.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna roll un dice. Let's see how much stress I just cleared all my stress, and now I'm gonna take more. I'm gonna
Sorry.
take 5. Watch.
Sorry.
Oh. I rolled a 3.
Okay, so just 3 stress. Not too bad. Not too bad.
It was a very stressful situation.
It's a very stressful situation. Yeah.
I was just sitting here waiting for you to sell one of us down the river again.
That could have also been a way to resist for sure.
Completely throw the
Hey.
crew under the bus.
Just go arrest that guy.
Yeah. I'm actually their prisoner.
They've been commanding me to do these things. All right. I believe that takes care of everybody's downtime action unless somebody wants to spend another cred. So I think we're going to do PC and crew advancement.
Ooh.
So fun. Let's
There's more
start
spooky
with
sounds than I
the
meant to.
start with the general questions. Did you express your beliefs, drives, or heritage? Heritage or background?
I think the real test was sticking to the job as agreed upon.
I think so. Yeah, for sure.
When there
For
was
sure.
a temptation to explore other options, and in a way we
Yeah.
have, but we did complete the job. So
In the most
Sure.
rudimentary definition of the word expressed, I did express my background or heritage.
No, absolutely. I think so.
Can I get an extra XP for that? Because Graves or Gears. I mean, I really tried to have those wreckers not die. I offered them all the creds. I said we just got to complete the job as it was described. We can't not deliver this thing, and they just wouldn't go for it. And so I had to kill them. And I then reinforced that with at the end being like, well, we can't not give it to Yatu. That was the job. Yeah, so just consistently being on that train. You can say no. I'm just throwing it out there.
I will say yes. I will say yes. I like that. Wow. Also to note too, this is your character's beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. We'll get to like, did you maintain your like professional reputation, right? That so you could say yes to that, and then also say, your character might not be like, I'm not down for the whole professional thing. As a crew, I am, but like me personally. So just to note that. Did you struggle with your issues from your vice or trauma?
Huh.
this is actually on that front a relatively smooth mission, I think.
Yeah. I think it's been pretty rare so far for any of us to have a yes to that
to have it like impede a job.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot
I'll
of
have to-
trauma going around, which is kind of
Not yet.
I don't know if Havoc's recklessness did anything to impede the job.
No. I think
Yeah.
You have
Graves has
yeah.
done vicious before. I think that's been the one that's
Yeah.
been-
I mean, I think
Just
there
once,
were
yeah.
examples of both of you making decisions out of your trauma during this last job, but it didn't impede the job. It wasn't a struggle. I don't think.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think yep. So it's just encouragement. Look for those moments. I think that adds fun complications to the job and to your characters' lives. That's fun. All right.
True.
Gears. Did you address a challenge with technical skill or ingenuity?
several.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think in a big way, so I'm not going to argue for.
Yeah,
more.
I think just one. I was trying to think through two. I think just one for sure.
Cool.
Graves, did you address a challenge with force or threat?
It It's been a while. I feel like I did. I'm trying to remember the specifics.
For sure. I think
I think muscles were involved.
Sure.
Does anyone remember?
I mean, I would say like force is like you taking up that like shield to block you and Leto as you.
That's right.
Out. Like, that's
Yeah, I was going to say that was something that stands out as an example. And you fought Cord like the end of the episode too, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
But I do think like by and large, it was an episode of Graves showing rare amounts of restraint.
Yeah.
Well, I had to try to be Leto because I didn't have Leto on the board the way I knew it anyway. So
yeah.
But I was trying to go around smoozing people and lying.
I think you can at least take one playbook XP or 1 XP for that for sure.
Awesome.
Havoc, did you address challenges with speed or flare?
Yeah, I can only think of one when he saw that Maris had been running, so he just
after her. Yeah.
Crossed everything and decided to like sprint after her.
I love it, especially amidst all that blaster fire. Totally, absolutely, speeder.
It was also really key because I would have been in serious trouble if you hadn't followed her.
Yeah.
It would have been 3-on-1, and who knows what would have happened to Gears if that hadn't have happened.
Nothing good.
Nothing good. Leto, did you address challenges with deception or influence?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, you stole. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think I tricked that pirate into sleeping with me so I could take his clothes.
Yep.
I sneaked into the bomb, all that stuff.
Who hasn't been there? Who hasn't tricked a pirate to sleep?
Who hasn't tricked a pirate into sleeping with them?
Did you? Did anyone get a PC advancement?
I got a skill advancement.
Nice.
I filled up my prowess track, so I will be taking a pip in scrap.
Okay.
I'm gonna be able to do the same. It's like painful.
Well, then
I've
next
been
job,
very slowly building that XP
or look
line.
for a desperate action this next job.
Yeah, my like inclination is always to try and like put XP into like getting new moves, and I've been like, but I'm so desperate for scrap that I've been just putting all of my XP into prowess.
Yeah. All right. Let's move to crew advancement. Did you successfully complete a transport or smuggling job?
Yep.
For sure you did. Take a crew advancement for that, or crew XP for that. Did you contend with challenges above your current station? The Maelstrom is tier 3. It didn't come up too much because I don't think there were that many direct times you were fighting against the Maelstrom pirates.
I did have to trick them through.
He was interacting with them a lot though.
Yeah,
there was interaction, but I meant like there weren't a lot of times that the tier part came up in your contending with them. But I do think. I'll give it to you. They are technically a tier 3 faction, so it was just on me to not I didn't bring that in enough. So I will still give you that crew XP.
No, you brought it up a lot. It's just that we had like a lot of the roles that I had it involved. It's just that I had Babio hilariously too. He was helping me
you're right.
Here.
Correct. You're right. Right. Then yeah, take an XP for that, crew XP for that. Did you bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one?
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Yeah.
So there's a part of me that wants to not give this to you because Yatu knows you put the nanites.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's fair.
I mean,
Danny,
could we argue on the flip side of that our reputation is about more than just what the person who we completed the job for thinks of us, but like there's still be the rumblings within the general community that we did complete a job.
Yeah,
I don't know what the guidance is, but like
that's why it's just us for decide, and I think I hear that argument, and I think ultimately I'd be like, yeah, you did. The word around town is that you guys get the job done.
Also, like
the thing is, I think this is mostly a bad thing, but like Graves by name and face was in front of some people from House Malcleith, including Aaron. That's not good. So I feel like we're more on House Malcleith's direct radar now than ever.
Sounds
For sure.
And
yeah,
then
I mean, it's
we
super
also just
interesting,
messed
actually.
up the entire auction and got out with
Yeah.
what might be the most valuable thing there. Certainly something of extreme value. So like I just feel like there's a reputational
yeah.
component to this.
I
There
still
is
have that,
absolutely.
that
Yeah.
head wreath. I totally forgot about it.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I think that what happened with the Maelstrom pirates and us like blowing Lido blowing things up and things kind of happening the way they did there, in my mind, counter to myself, is a better argument for why we shouldn't get the XP for bolstering our professional reputation than Yatu's opinion.
You shouldn't or should?
Shouldn't.
Yeah, we should.
Because
Like, we don't have
I think-
a positive reputation professionally because of this job.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wait,
like
I'm sorry.
being professional is about more than just getting the job done. It's also about getting the job done cleanly.
Clean.
And
Yep.
this
Okay,
was
I'm with you.
far and away the messiest job we've ever done.
It is one of for sure.
It makes us look amateurish, I think, a lot of ways.
Not
I
our problem.
agree.
I believe that is against the records and not us, but
I mean,
Here we
it
are
is,
with
but
our
there-
reputation soiled.
There could have like right, like that's the thing. Like, yeah, it is ultimately the records' fault, but no one's gonna be like, oh, well, the records did that. They're gonna look at your crew that did the job and
Yeah,
attribute
like I think
all the stuff to you.
I think all things being equal, like there's going to be people who know who we are, who saw a guy with Lido Bartok's face yell that his name is Praxis Thorn and then blow up a bar in the middle of an auction.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think you're gonna get a crew XP for that. Did you express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew?
yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Take a crew XP for that. Did you get crew advancement?
No, we're not even close.
All right.
I think we did.
All right, that is all the downtime stuff. However, there is one last scene we need to see before this episode comes to a close. There is a dark room. There are screens all over this circular room. It is a room that we haven't seen before. However, the screens sort of flicker for a moment before going out, and then somebody walks into the room. They are well, actually, no, they're wearing a crutch right now, so they're kind of like limping in, and we see Aaron. He's like looking around in this dark room. There's nobody else in here, and then he just kind of leans up against the wall before a few minutes another person comes in. However, this person is not walking with a crutch. They are walking, you can almost hear the cervix and the whorls and the gears like moving as the sound comes down the hallway, and we see Maris. We see the top half of Maris, and the bottom half of her has been replaced by cybernetics. So she walks into the room very robotically, kind of stares at Aaron, and he goes, "Did you call us here? What is this?" She goes, "No, I don't. Who are you? Why did you call me here? Is this a trap?" And the screens flicker, and we see a shadowed figure. It is someone that we have seen before at the end of you breaking out the mem from that isotropic max secure. There is a shadowed figure that said that they were going to send plan B against Graves. It is this shadowed figure that appears on these screens and says, "No, I called you here. We've all been interested in the crew of the Montressor for some time now, all for our various reasons. House Malcleaf, the Wreckers, and Vorex. At every step, they've outwitted us. I believe it's time that we joined forces." And we cut. And we will see what job you pick next week?
What did we do to Vorex?
That's the question.
We'll find out.
I guess you'll find out. He's certainly been interested in graves. I wonder why.
Because of my amazing good looks, obviously.
Probably
Yeah.
because he wants you as a Ramden sex slave, for sure.
Oh my
I mean,
god.
Graves fears the worst, because
So exactly what
Ramdans have
Justin
already.
just said.
Yep,
Graves-
Ramdans
Graves
have
fear.
already been enslaved and forced into labor. So
I don't
that
like
is top
Vorex.
of mind whenever he has to pretend to be the Wookiee prisoner.
That is true. Well, we are gonna take a quick break on Twitch. We'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes. For those that are listening at home, thank you so much for listening, and we will see you next week. Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Adios, muchachos.
We're back. Episode 17 of the Professionals. Oh boy. We gotta
Meep Morp.
Meep Morp. Meep Morp.
Why did I feel the need to say that there? I don't know, but I did.
Look, it's a
That's
Meep
that
Morp
Steve
time.
Durgan energy, man.
It's a Meep
Meep
Morp
Morp.
kind of day. It's a Meep Morp day. I'm very excited to see what sort of job comes out of this next episode. But in the meantime, my question for you today is this. Based on each other's personalities, if we had a superpower, what do you think our superpowers would be?
That's
Like, do I have a choice in it, or just like what the universe would foist upon me based on logic?
I think he's asking
Yeah,
what
I
we
think
think.
that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought you
yeah,
were asking
or-
what we think the other superpower would be.
I think that's a more fun question myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's just fun to say what you think our own would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny, I think would get electric powers, like
Ooh.
static shock.
Because of my Tourette's.
That is funny. That is a
Yes.
theme.
You want me to say yes? Sure.
Because
yes.
of my compulsion disorder.
Would it? So, like, are we suggesting that there would just be like jolts coming out of Danny? at
Occasionally,
random
yes, he would just shock people around him. But overall, his powers.
That's really cool. It's uncontrollable, just like jolts.
Occasionally, like you can do stuff with it, but occasionally you're just like paper just starts floating towards you, and you're just like,
That's really fun, actually.
or you
Like
shake someone's
that.
hand and they get a little.
I think Justin
that.
would have the power to say correct words in any of the times that he wouldn't have. So
like,
that
hey,
instead of
Steve?
saying cervix,
Steve,
like
fuck
you did
you.
last episode,
What a lame ass superpower I have.
and yet how powerful that would be.
Knows just
Man.
has a superpower.
I think it's important to clarify though that this is not the power we want people to have in their real life, which we'd all benefit from Justin having the ability to say servos instead of cervix. But I think the question is, what do we think Justin's power would be? maybe in this regard, his power would be to just keep going down that same path. To when he speaks something and he's incorrect, it becomes the correct thing, and so all of a sudden the nature of the world changes.
Yes.
So his
I love
superpower
it.
is Charlie's ritual from Trophy. Speak truth into being.
Or like
I think it's the
I like
funniest way possible. Like,
Isn't there someone like that in Umbrella Academy? But,
Yeah.
like, with rumors.
I heard a rumor.
Right?
Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
a rumor.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's-
similar.
yeah, that's what-
Yeah.
That sort of vibe. But I get to replace words in the dictionary. That's kind of fun. I like that.
I
Reality
heard a
bending's
rumor
pretty
that-
good, man.
But like
no,
just
I-
the dictionary, just replacing.
again, I'd like to think that it happens the funniest way possible. So the meaning of cervix doesn't change. It's just that now cervixes being part of robots are just normal. Like that's just like
a thing.
that's just a thing. So you never actually change a word's meaning. You just become correct about its use.
Just now robots have services. Oh man, it was one of those moments. I was getting to that point in the sentence, and I was like, I know there's a word that sounds like this, and I couldn't think of it in the moment, so I said cervix, and I immediately was like, that's not right. That's not the word. I know it. That's not right. I know what a cervix is. I don't know why I said that.
You did a great
Oh my
job carrying on, though.
Oh my god.
That's a real life power that you have.
Yeah, especially because all of us were like clearly laughing and looking at each other. And, like,
I knew it.
roasting
I
you
knew in
the
our
chat.
private chat that the rest of you are going to be like, did I just hear that right? Did he say sir? Yes, I did. I did say that. I meant servos, the gears that whirl in robot and technology and stuff. I did not mean cervix.
It's a whirling servo, not a whirling cervix.
Oh gosh.
But even
Well.
when you think about his power activating at that moment.
But yeah, now there are. Now all robots have cervixes. So take that.
Alright.
Just a part. What are you talking about? It's just a part of building a robot. Yeah, the cervixes. Which has incredible, insinuations, but we don't need to.
This machine isn't working quite right. Have you added enough cervixes?
Never enough. Never enough.
Yeah, the garage door it's been acting up lately. I think we need to check out the cervix.
We've fallen deep into the cervix rabbit hole.
Okay, all right. Steve, what is your power? What is Steve's power?
Oh my god. I feel like Steve's hugs would be like emotionally like when someone has the ability to like calm emotions, I feel like Steve would have that ability.
He already has that.
Yeah.
But like it would be super, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
okay, so next level.
yeah, like
Super
the next level.
duper hug.
Like I
Be
just took,
calmed.
it's like I just took some Xanax kind of thing, or
Maybe, yeah,
A
maybe.
Xanax hug. That's,
Yeah,
hey,
a
that's a
Xanax
move.
So he just hugs you and he just stuffs Xanax into your mouth whenever he hugs.
That
that would
is
not be a
not
superpower.
okay.
That would be substance abuse, actually.
that is a criminal act.
Yeah.
It's not consensual at all.
No, it's his. He just has like, I mean, there's like the spell in D&D, calm emotions. He just has like
second level calm emotions
as an aura permanently.
I think for sure. That's
Appreciate that, y'all.
sure.
Peaceful thing.
Thank you. I am encouraged to go forth into the world and seek the nurturance of this power even further.
Well, and what are we feeling for Johnny?
Yeah.
Alyssa threw out that he would have just like charm person as an ability.
Ooh.
Oh.
Johnny's very charismatic. It's true.
Yeah, leaning into that Lido in real life, leaning into some of that.
But is that his
That-
power?
that's funny to hear because I do not feel that way in my life.
I know,
Like,
that struck me as she
feel
said
like-
that. I was like, I know Johnny's not.
Yeah, no, I play Lido because he feels so different from me to me.
I think one that really comes to mind is something like, you know, you can not like Black Canary, but you can like manipulate like sound waves to some extent.
Oh, I like that. Yeah,
Mm.
I like that a lot. You got
So not just
the
the
technician
screen,
thing, the deep
Yeah.
voice. I think that's it right there. That's good.
pretty cool.
That's pretty good. That's good.
Yeah.
Like sound wave manipulation. That's fun.
Black Bolt is always one of my favorite superheroes
Ooh,
in Marvel
Black Bolt's
comics.
a good
So.
Mm.
Yeah. There you go.
He is like one of the most powerful beings.
Yeah.
Mhm.
literally.
There's also that, which is pretty cool.
There's that. I am attracted to power.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Not gonna lie.
I know
it's
this
just-
is not the question, but I will say 100%. If superpowers were a real thing, and I had superpowers of any level of like serious magnitude, I would be a villain 100%. I know that about myself. I've come to terms with that about myself.
Look,
Johnny, I'm right there with you. I'm gonna...
I mean, last episode, you explained in detail how you would kill each of us.
it's true.
That was-
Now I know who
it
I would
was the
have to be up
prompt. That's
against
not
if
on
we all
us.
get given powers. Like, ah.
Did we already say what Nick's power would be?
No, not yet.
No.
Oh.
My mind immediately goes to like a Wolverine-esque like hunting ability. Like
Interesting. Mine went more toward like there like it's funny because this is a villain, but from Marvel Comics leader, like the ability to kind of see a problem and immediately know exactly how to solve it and to even bring the
Ooh,
solution
I
into being
love
if it doesn't already exist.
I like that.
I love that. Or
That's
almost
terrifying.
like what's his face in the X-Men Forge. I could
Mhm.
see Nick with like a Forge-esque ability as well too.
Yeah.
Is that similar? I don't know Forge.
It's a little similar. Forge can build any machine basically.
Yeah.
He doesn't always necessarily know how it works, but he can build it.
Yeah,
That's so
leader
cool.
is like a Hulk villain who got the Hulk the Hulk serum that turned the Hulk into the Hulk, except it went to his brain instead of his body, and so he's like
Yeah.
as smart as the Hulk is strong.
Isn't that the character they hinted at the end of Ed
Incredible
Norton's
Hulk movie.
book?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah, they
Yes.
hinted at him, and
Just never.
supposedly they're gonna bring him back. At
Oh,
some
Wait,
point.
as in like they hinted at him in 2008? That's
Yes.
when they
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
Man.
16 years ago.
But that means that leader does exist in the MCU somewhere.
Yes.
We just,
Yeah.
and with leader being who leader is, it makes sense that we haven't actually seen him and don't know that he's been manipulating things.
They can take as long as they want.
Buster Scruggs as leader. Oh,
That'd be pretty good. You're
I
right.
like these
Nick would-
ideas. Although
is
now that I
good.
know that Nick would be a villain, I'm terrified of the leader concept.
would my electric Tourette's be enough to stop Johnny and Nick as villains?
No.
Could I hug them down from
Look, I'm sure I could find some word to replace that might hamper them momentarily.
Yeah.
I walk towards Nick with open arms, and he's like, "Steve, I saw this coming like 1,000 miles away, man. I'm not going to accept the hug.
What are you doing?
Hugs,
Keep your aura
Tourette's,
away from me."
and hugs, Tourette's, and misspeaking.
Except, like, I think honestly, in this world where Nick and I are villains and the three of you are the superhero team that needs to stop us, Justin becomes, I think, the biggest threat to us.
Oh my! He's just manipulating
because he-
reality.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
can change what the things that like you and I can do mean.
Yeah.
The only way to stop Justin, I mean, I have my power directly counters Justin's though, because I can just make it so that if I can change and absorb sound waves, I can just make
Yeah.
him silent at all times.
For sure.
Or you can make him say
I
whatever
do
you
love-
want.
I do love though that it means that I can't intentionally change the meaning of words. It's all like I stumble into it
Yeah.
accidentally, because that's much funnier.
Yeah.
So we just
But
need
also,
Justin
like,
series to just talk as much as possible to amplify
Exactly.
the frequency of
Just put
meaningful
me as
Logic,
platform and
like-
just let me talk, and
It'll be
eventually
helpful
something.
to
Yeah.
you.
It's kind of funny, like we have like me and Nick are Marvel villains, but you guys are all heroes from like Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. Like,
Yes. Yeah. Oh man.
I feel like I'm just the one guy without powers from Captain Planet who just says heart and has a monkey on his shoulder because he was such a one-dimensional character.
But
Oh.
here's the thing. Captain Planet can't come to life without him.
It's true.
It's pretty.
That's
straightforward. Also,
They're just
he was
forced
only not
disparate
powerful
powers.
because he didn't use his ring in an evil way. Because he
Yeah.
totally could have used it to control humans. Like at any
Yeah.
time, he could have just been
Yeah.
like,
That
"Stop
is
doing what you're
canon.
doing." Because he could control animals. He just chose to never use it on humans. Like
It's true.
he
That's
could have
pretty
just done
neat.
He
that.
honestly was probably the most powerful out of them. And just
Yeah.
That's wild.
Considering
All
that
right.
they're
given that
constantly
power because he was
fighting
also the most
Catalyst.
pure-hearted.
Neat
And,
take.
and I feel like that fits with Steve's power too, right? Like
Yeah.
being able to control people's emotions. That's pretty powerful. But Steve would not abuse that at all. At all.
Justin, I would turn up your anxiety right now just to see what happens.
Damn it! It's spiking, my friend. I don't need
It
to.
just explodes.
Oh, no.
Went too high on that.
I think the five of us could talk about superheroes all day long.
Easily.
So I think that we have to do some sort of like superhero forge series for sure.
If only there was a
Yeah.
PBTA superhero TTRPG that existed.
Man, be such
Man.
someone should write that. Maybe like call it, I don't know, off the top of my head, masks, because like superheroes
that'd be
wear those.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty
I
good.
think maybe like the tag could be something like a new generation.
Oh,
I love
yeah.
it.
Yeah,
I love that.
it's like
I love
it's
that a lot.
informed by all of the superhero stuff beforehand.
Yeah,
More-
exactly. Exactly.
I love that. I love that so
You could,
much.
you could even build like a history that's like sort of a riff on like the golden age and the silver age of comics and kind of.
I don't like
pretty
that as
fun.
much.
Oh no.
No, but maybe if it was like Silver and Bronze Age, what if we did that instead of?
I like that. I like
Yeah.
that. There we go. Now we're talking. All right.
I hate us. I hate us.
Enough of that.
We're dumb.
We're the worst.
Anyways,
Wait.
we should play Masks. That's a game that
We
actually
should-
exists.
Yes,
We
we
should
apologize
play
to its
Masks.
creators. for
We
pretending it
will
didn't.
play Masks. I absolutely adore that game. It's a phenomenal game and it's so fun. But for now, we were playing Scum and Villainy because y'all criminals and y'all gotta pick a job.
Yeah. I do want a mini series though where it's like the three of us versus Johnny and Nick. And they're the villains.
Funny. That would be funny.
That would be funny.
Maybe. For now though, we've got to play Scum and Villainy, and we got to pick a job.
I just thought if we play masks, me and Nick co-GM masks as the villains against the three of you playing the heroes.
That could be fun. That could be fun for sure. That could be a lot of fun. Last episode was a lot of downtime stuff, but some key things happened. Havoc informed Yatu that Gears was tampering with the clone to put the nanites back into it. Yatu said, "That's fine, let him do it." And after they delivered the clone, got their payout, recovered, indulged their vice, all that good stuff. But the other important thing, a couple important things. One is that Havoc was taken into police custody momentarily and was questioned about their crew. Havoc, though, paid them off to turn a blind eye and to avoid taking any extra heat for their crew. And the other cryptic thing that we saw is some sort of collaboration between House Malcleith, the Wreckers, and some other faction that you haven't really encountered directly, named Forex. I don't know what's going on there. I mean, I kind of do, but I also am interested to find out what's going to happen.
Yeah, we don't know.
You don't know. And I hold it loosely. I have some vague thoughts, but we'll see what happens. I don't think... Well, I asked you all earlier if you had any jobs that you wanted to do, and you gave me a couple ideas. So I think this is at some point past that downtime, maybe a week or two. Maybe you've taken some like odd transport jobs that, just pay you enough to keep going. But you're back in Warren. Maybe you're on your ship with a little downtime. And then there is a knock or like a doorbell. I don't know how people get your attention when you're in your ship, but like a little doorbell.
You just gotta yell.
Hey! I'm out here!
Is there an idiot yelling at us from the
I think there's
docks?
someone yelling at us. Yeah.
All right. I'll open the hatch, I guess.
You see a
I just picture the group gathering around the external monitor first to like see who's outside
Like
before they
looking.
decide to lower the hatch. They're all just like, do you know that? Like, you know that guy? And Graves is like, I can take him.
we got that.
It's a vaguely humanoid figure. They're wearing like these deep red robes that the fabric is made with these inlays of gold and silver, so it kind of like sparkles. And it almost kind of reminds you of the Ashtari cloud a little bit. And they are standing out, and they are just like very patiently waiting. They've just got their arms crossed in front of them, and they're waiting.
They're just standing there, menacingly.
Maybe we should rob him.
What? No, he clearly just wants to talk with us. And I'll go get you.
I'll go. I'll get him.
Oh, thank you.
I go and I open the
Oh,
bay
nice
door.
having Lito.
It goes down, and there's a man. He's got like a bald head. He looks very kind though, and he's just standing there, and he sees you and he smiles. Oh, thank you so much for letting me in. My name is Olmac Theon.
Wonderful. And how can I help you today?
Yes, I have potentially a job for your crew. I've heard of some of your exploits recently in the Ashtari cloud.
Oh, yes. Wonderful. Please do come in. There's just a 1 credit consultation fee.
Yes, that will be paid part of fees for the job as well. Yes, of course.
Let me go. Come in.
He comes in, following you, and you lead him into the meeting room. The rest of you see this very kind-looking man wearing red robes, bald head, just really kind, gentle eyes. Hello, this is the crew of the Montressa, yes?
That is correct.
Wonderful,
My name is
wonderful.
Gears. It's a pleasure to meet
Gears. Yes, I'm Omak Theon. It is a pleasure to meet you as well.
you. Omak Theon. All right.
Graves sniffs his robe up real close.
Graves. Graves.
Terribly impolite.
Do I smell any
Graves.
like nice metals?
Yes, actually, I was about to say you do smell some nice metals. There is a on his belt. You can smell this concentration of metal. It's faint, but it's different. And the only other smell that you can place it with is when you've been in the Ashtari cloud.
Ah. Okay.
I've heard many good things about this ship and the jobs that you take. It seems as though you are quite adept at getting it done. Is that correct?
You've heard correctly. What's the job you're looking to do?
We have a person that we would like for you to take from here. They're here in Warren right now. But we need you to take them to the Moon Gap. It is near the planet Amareth. They're alive. They can consent to being taken there. There's an temple that we believe is still intact on the shattered moon of Gap that we would like for you to take them to.
Temple. And is there anyone after this person?
It is good that you asked that. I was getting to that. They're not after so much as the Church of the Stellar Flames floating headquarters. The Way of Light is very close to the Gap, and I believe that they are currently on Gap as well too, protecting this temple.
So they don't want people visiting the temple, I take it.
The Church of the... I don't know how much you know about the Church of the Stellar Flame, but they see all artifacts as an abomination and dangerous that could potentially end society. So they have set up in multiple places. And unfortunately, this temple is one that we need to get our person to.
Now, to clarify, because you've said it a couple of different ways now, are you looking for us to deposit the person at the temple or on the moon?
The temple is on the moon.
No.
Well, on is a strong
We
word.
can get them
It's
to
not
the
really
moon
a moon.
without a problem. Do we need to attend the temple ourselves?
Yes, if you could get them to the temple past the gods that are there, yes.
How could a temple possibly? I mean, Gap is it's an asteroid field at this point. I mean, there's a temple in there.
We believe that on one of the larger bits of the asteroid, there is a temple that has survived, yes. All of our research has pointed us to it. And our artifacts as well confirm that there is still some power left on Gap.
How much muscle do they stage outside of the temples?
The Church of the Stellar Flame is incredibly well connected. There are many people that work for them. I do not want to sugarcoat how difficult this will be. It will be incredibly difficult.
Well, I assume we'll be compensated appropriately.
Oh, of course, yes.
And what is your definition of appropriate?
Well, I think that we might be able to get you 6 cred for something of this nature.
All right.
6 cred plus the belt.
Sorry. What are you talking about?
Not the
Your
asteroid
belt.
belt. Your belt.
You can't just ask a man for his belt, Grace.
I did.
He looks at you
Yes, no.
genuinely confused, Havoc.
I guess Graves likes your belt.
He moves his red robes aside, and you can see on his belt is a vial. It is a vial of. It almost for a moment looks like there's nothing inside of it, but every now and then you see a shimmer. And it's the same shimmer that you saw inside of the Ashtari cloud as the electric nature of the metals in the cloud are present constantly there. My belt? I mean, I suppose if you want my belt, I can give you my belt. I can get another one. He takes the vial off and starts he puts that in his pocket and then starts taking the belt off.
I meant that.
And now, sorry, unfortunately, I can't part with this. Every one of our members carries this around.
And what a member are you of exactly?
I'm
Excellent question.
I'm a part of the Ashtari cult.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't want to be apart from the cloud. I understand.
Yes, it is how we connect to our past lives and see visions, and it is one of the reasons why we know that there is a temple still on Gap.
How does it help you see visions?
Sure.
Well, we believe that we are descendant from the and we know that the fled to what is now the Ashtari cloud.
What a
And-
wonderful bit of gobbledygook. I meant, do you consume it somehow?
Yes, we drink of the gas of the Ashtari cloud.
I would like a vision then.
Wow.
6 cred and a vision.
I guess we've got a convert potentially.
I don't know if we have any Xenos part of the Ashtari cult. As I said, I carry a reserve of this for myself, but I suppose that I could procure some for you at the end of the job. Yes.
I'll try it. Might as well. If I could get on that deal.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose all of us might attempt to be acolytes. I'm always down for visions of some sort or another.
Cactus juice trip.
It's never good
no.
to turn down an opportunity when it comes knocking. I might find my roots and my connection to the earth.
I've never said no to a new way of getting high.
So Justin, I
wasn't trying to say it
assumed
out
he was the
loudly, though.
one who would properly consume the material, but that he would impart the whatever the vision is to me.
Oh, so
I was not asking to eat the
to
stuff.
taking it.
Yeah.
So if you clarify that, he's like,
Yeah.
sorry. So I connect with my past lives as when I take it, and that is what happens to all of us. It is because we are descended from the So the only visions I would be able to impart would be what I have seen already in the past. I would have nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
How do you know your past lives haven't already intersected?
That is a fair point.
How do you know which one was Graves' past life versus?
I will have to think on that and consult the texts.
What if you share a past life?
Is that possible?
I'll have to consult the texts. If
Oh.
you are interested in seeing if any of the past has touched your people, we will have to see. I will have to see if it is possible to force a vision like that. So if you complete this job and meet me at the end, I believe I will have an answer for you then.
All right,
Good.
well, if you give us your communicator code, we'll discuss and reach out if we decide to take this job.
Thank you. I thank you for considering. And he leaves his communicator and code, and then bounces out.
Thank you for considering us. And then let him leave. So that guy was crazier than all.
This cult, I'll get crazier than the last.
That is nuts. Oh man,
Absolutely wild. Well,
still want to try the cloud though. I'm gonna be honest.
always down for a trip.
If a cloud can create an entire cult, then that has got to be some ace material.
Some potent cloud, man.
Absolutely. Anyway, I don't know. It sounds like a pretty difficult job, but if we do it quiet, it might not matter too much. I mean, that's a powerful. The Church of the Stellar Flame. That's a powerful group.
Yes, they're nothing to be trifled with. But
I also
when I pat Graves on the shoulder. This is the skin of a killer.
That's not incorrect. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna pay real good.
And by definition, it's what we do, right?
I really am. I have some history with the Gap. I'm pretty familiar with it, or at least the airspace around it. So I don't know how helpful that knowledge is in actually navigating the shrapnel that the plant or the moon is now made of, but it's something.
Well, I think it's worth trying. 6 cred's nothing to sniff at.
So, are we just taking the guy to the temple and then leaving? I guess.
I mean,
we're bringing him with us, right?
I suppose we're meant to drop him off at the temple, but it didn't say anything about sticking around.
Right. Forgot to ask.
Yeah. I mean, if there is a chance they expect us to drop him off, wait for him to do whatever it is he needs to do, and bring him back safely.
That does sound a little worse than just dropping him. But I mean, it's same basic problem. You got to get in, you got to get out.
Yeah, we have to get out either way. Might as well
bring him
make
more
money doing it, right?
Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe we'll find something interesting while we're there.
Justin, can you tell me again which system this is in? I mean, not system. Which? Yeah, they're systems, right? Yeah, Ran, Iota,
yes.
Holt, and Breck. Which one was it?
This would be an Iota.
This is an Iota. Gap is one of them. Used to be a moon around Amareth.
Okay. So that's why I can't see it on the macro map. Amareth moons.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, you'll see Amareth, and then Gap is just right there.
Yeah,
Very
I am
cool.
familiar with Amareth in general and the moons.
I say we take it.
It's hard to argue with the pay.
Mm.
Yeah. It's not like we couldn't use it.
We could very much use it.
All right. Graves, Havoc, what say you?
I'm on board.
Seems simple enough.
Wonderful. It's unanimous. I'll go and give the chap the good news.
I'll get us ready for takeoff.
All right, and I give the guy a call.
Tell him it's all good.
Yeah.
Yes. Good. I will bring him to you tomorrow, and you may take off whenever. Thank you so much.
I have enough cred now, Justin, that I just want to sneak in that sometime during this, stay before we launch again.
Okay.
Graves just steps out to buy some metals to chew on and eat.
Sure.
Now that he's got
Yeah.
some wiggle room,
For sure.
That's
I'm not
some good
gonna
stuff.
I'm not gonna mark a credit off for that. I assume you guys make enough to eat, and I would assume that for Graves that would mean metals. So
Yeah. Cool.
Yep, no problem there. The next day rolls around, and you hear that same doorbell buzzer ring on your ship, and,
Slash
and
screaming.
look at yeah,
Ding dong.
there's someone out here. I love that because that's what your doorbell is. It's not the person out there screaming. It's just the doorbell.
Oh, I was
Like,
gonna say
"Hey!"
there's a note on the doorbell that says "broken. Please yell." But it's not actually broken. We just think it's funny to make people stand out there and yell.
People yell. Well, because if that is the case, he will not yell. He's a very reserved, quiet individual. So maybe at some point you're just like, he's coming today. You just pull up the screen. He's just been standing out there. There's another person behind him wearing the same deep red robe that's got those gold and silver flecks in it.
How long has he been standing there?
Couple days.
There's no way he's been
All
standing.
right, I'll go down.
Has he been standing out there a couple days?
Mm. Great shrugs.
Yeah, I go down. How long have you been out here?
Oh, not long at all. Just 4 or 5 hours.
Oh, no problem then. Come in.
Of course. Thank you so much. And you lead the two of them inside. And when you get up there, he says, thank you so much for taking this job. I would like to introduce you to a very special person to the Ashtari Cloud cult. This is, we call him the Past One. And silence. Does not say anything. Just looks at all of you and nods.
The past
Oh,
one.
he doesn't. He
It's a
doesn't
bit of a
speak.
mouthful.
Yeah, could we call you Pastor?
Poe? Old Poe?
Poe? Oh, Poe. Poe's pretty good.
There's a polite nod.
All right, Poe.
Poe
It
it
is.
is.
I am Gears. It's nice to meet you.
I'm Lito Bartok. This is our pilot, Havoc Flex. And this is the muscle, Carlton Graves.
I should tell you that he is not mute. He reserves his words for communication with the past. So he does not speak in the present. He only speaks in the past.
Right. And that's not like he speaks sign language, and I'll just like start signing what I'm saying. Right. He's just choosing not to communicate.
Yes, he reserves his communication for that which has already happened.
So, if we get into trouble, should we let him die before we let him know that things are going to get bad? So that we can tell him things got bad?
He is conscious and he can hear you.
Well, I'm just wondering, because if he's not going to communicate with us in the present, why should we communicate with him like so?
Well, I think it's just his particular religious
Particular brand of crazy?
It
Lito,
seems
don't
so.
insult. He's a client. Just let him. He's not going to talk to us. It's fine. It's fine.
I find these cults insufferable. I say, like, under my breath.
Yeah, I don't disagree. All right. I apologize for Lito. He's getting a little frustrated. He likes talking to people. He likes knowing how they work. Thank you for the job. There was one thing we wanted to clarify. Are we taking him to the temple and then just leaving him there, or we go in the temple together? He does some, and then we leave together.
His job at the temple should take but a moment. If you are able to bring him back, that would be preferred. Yes.
All right.
But we get paid the same either way.
Correct. It is a 6 credit job to take him there and bring him back. However, I did.
So let's not.
Sorry, excuse me. Do you mind? I was sensing something on your person, Gears. Do you mind? And he points to where you've got the wreath attached to your belt.
He wants you to take your pants off, Gears.
Yes,
Oh
can
my
you,
God.
I'd like to have raw sex with you right here in front of me.
That's a lot. I just met you.
Human
Uh,
customs are
I do have a thing
strange.
for bald men. I will say that.
It's really
I
just
know,
the
s-
cultists who like them to take
Not
the
sure.
pants off. Graves.
Not your pants, not your pants.
oh.
I'm. There's an presence on your belt. Yes.
Yeah. What about it? I do not hand it over to him. I do take it off my belt.
That is fine. I would not expect you to pass over something as powerful as a raiment of night to someone you've just met. Do you know what you have there?
You know, I could bluff and say yes, but I don't. I just knew it was an error artifact. That is also a lie.
That is one of the pieces of the raiment of night. A very powerful part of a set of artifacts. As far as we can tell, there's only one of each part of the set. So the fact that you have found that is phenomenal. I will obviously not take it. We believe that the artifacts should be proliferated throughout the galaxy into each person. So it is yours if you have found it. I'm
What
happy
piece
to.
do you believe this is?
Oh, yes, I was about to say if you would be able to bring the past one back to us, I would be happy to explain how it functions and teach you how to use it.
That sounds like a pretty good tip at the end of the job. I like that. I appreciate that, and I will take you up on that offer.
I'm happy to do it now as well. I believe in.
All
quid pro
right,
quo.
if it could help us, I would absolutely do that now.
Johnny, what was the name of the artifact that Thetis had?
The Cloak of Night.
Ah.
Oh,
Your brain's on the right track, my friend.
This is what is called the Wreath of Night.
Okay.
It does require quite a bit of intense concentration when using it. But if you are able to do that, you should be able to command the shadows around you to have physical form and to perform tasks for you.
Oh yeah. So I could literally give myself extra hands.
You might be able to do that. I would warn against using it for frivolous things, though. If your concentration breaks at all, you will find that your mind starts to break as well.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Leto is kind of like got his arms crossed and his brow furrowed, and there's no denying that some of these artifacts are quite powerful, but the raiment is a myth.
It is not a myth at all.
There's only one way to find out, right? I put it on.
Well,
sorry, Leto, you can keep talking, but like, Kyr's about to use it.
yeah. No, I was just going to say, putting it on and proving that it does what he says it does, doesn't prove that the raiment exists. It's the raiment is a fairy tale. It's a fiction to scare children into not touching the artifacts they find.
Oh, if only that were the case. No, the raiment was controlled by the precursors long ago. It was one of its most powerful tools and was lost when they fled into the what we now know as the Ashtari Cloud. It is real, though, and I would imagine that upon completing this job, you may see things that may change your mind. Perhaps you will be even a believer at the end of this.
I mean, yes. I'm gonna give it a shot, and I'm gonna start trying to. I want to create like a little. I'll go over to like the corner or whatever, and I'll try to like just have like a little hand come up out of the ground.
I would love an attune roll, please. It is one of the few times that we just state this is an attune roll. when you use it.
Wow.
I have no pips in the tune, so let's see how this goes.
I don't think any of us do.
Okay, could have been worse. 4. Well, the 4 and 5.
Okay. All right. I guess I should have. Oh my God, it's been so long. I should have set up.
I didn't.
Yeah. I know. Both of us forgot about that completely. I mean, I think it's. You're fine. It's a controlled situation, and a standard effect. We'll say controlled and standard effect. So with a 4, yeah, with a 4, you connect with it. There's something that happens when you kind of concentrate and reach out to this thing on your head. It feels though like there are tendrils of shadow that start inching into your mind. And you're obviously not sure if that's supposed to be what happens or not because you've never done this before. Right. So it's up to you. You. As that feeling kind of starts, you can back off or continue and let whatever is about to happen. You will succeed in connect. Yeah, okay. You connect with it. And you have control of the shadows around you.
Like a little hand comes out of the ground.
Yep.
Gears hands it like a little some sort of like spanner tool or something like that, and has it like hold it and actuate it a little bit, and it's like this is gonna be great.
It's flipping it around in its shadowy hand, and then it hands it back to you.
I'm gonna use this thing all the time.
Yeah. Yes, that is, as I said, it has that ability. If I would encourage you as well too, though, to keep it safe. If someone were to collect all of the raiment of night, it would be disastrous, unfortunately. So
they like become an evil god or something, or they're just really powerful.
It's more the second one. Power corrupts, unfortunately. And while we believe that the blessings of the precursors should be available to all, there is wisdom in ensuring that not too much power is handed out to one person.
Yeah, the stories of the raiment say that an individual with the whole thing could conquer a planet alone.
Oh, cool.
It is, unfortunately, far more disastrous than that. Some texts even claim that the raiment of night had something to do with the death of the precursors, and even some have gone so far as to claim it wiped out whole Xeno civilizations across multiple sectors.
Wow. All right. Well, thank you for the tips and the guidance, and we will be transferring your friend Poe here to Gap.
Thank you.
He only speaks in the past tense, right? But will he nod or shake his head if we need?
He said he only speaks to the past, and I don't know what that means, but I don't think it means that he just speaks in a certain tense.
Well, I understand. I misspoke, but I know he's not going to. He won't verbalize with us unless he's talking to the memory or some such bullshit. But if there's an important question that requires an answer, how do we communicate with him?
He is able
he's nodded to us before.
Yes, he nodded earlier. He can hear you. He can respond to your commands. He will just not verbalize with you.
So no complicated questions. We got yes, no, and 1 through 10.
If you can keep it to a yes, no, or a 1 through 10, then perhaps you will be able to communicate with him.
Marvelous. This should be fun.
Yeah, it should. All right. Well, Mr. Ormec.
Ormactheon, yes.
Thank you for this opportunity, and we'll be heading out now.
All right. Thank you so much. I look forward to hearing from you upon your safe return. And he leaves.
All right, and that's our cue to head out, Havoc.
All right, lovely having you, Poe. I'm gonna go.
I show Poe to like where the guest quarters are, and I say, "We've those rooms. We've got stasis pods. Point to which one you prefer."
He points towards the room.
Marvelous. We get to keep you awake. Here we go.
As you all kind of disperse gears, as you're leaving the meeting room, you pass by, like, there's a big piece of metal that has like your reflection in it, and it looks at you and winks.
He like double takes on the mirror,
but then it's following your movements exactly.
And whatever. And then he just continues to flash.
Oh my god.
Unconcerned man is unconcerned.
I feel like now let's just put it out there before we get into the plan. I've made the wreath of night. So its effect is that it commands the shadows of those around you to do anything. I put attacks in one, but you can have it do anything. That's totally fine. It requires intense concentration. It's glitch, however. In other words, like the more you use this and the more you sort of have these consequences from attuning, you will find yourself drawn to stare into mirrors. And as you look into it, you come to believe that it's not quite you. But the more you look, the more you believe that you have been swapped with this shadow version of yourself in the mirror, and you are trapped in the mirror.
Oh my gosh.
Has taken your place in the material world. So,
all right,
that's fun.
They've got treatments for that, right?
Yeah, potentially.
Cognitive behavioral therapy, maybe a little bit of a
special jacket and a nice padded room.
Something very fun in the description of this item that Justin has given us that I just feel like has to be mentioned is how it looks, and that is it is a midnight black wreath with intricately interwoven branches made of obsidian, and it has 3 spots for gemstones. Which just feels like some. I don't know.
It's gotta be something. It's gotta be something.
So there are no gems in those places yet.
They are empty,
right?
Correct. Yes, they're empty. Yeah. And it probably would have been something that Ermac would have like mentioned, right? Like he would have been like, yes, and legends say that there are these spots right here, and to you it would have just looked like anything, but he's like, now that you look, you can put gemstones in that. What those gemstones were, whether they were significant to the whole raiment of night or just decorative, has unfortunately been lost. So,
all right, but yeah. We're heading to Iota.
Fun stuff. I feel like y'all got to come up with a plan.
Sneaky quiet time.
Sneaky quiet time plan.
Loud.
My expertise is sneaky quiet.
So there's sort of two obstacles to get past. There is the Way of Light, which is the Church of Stellar Flames giant frigate. That is basically in your way the minute you hit that jump gate in between where you end up at the jump gate and the moon gap. You are going to pass by the Way of Light, who are looking for Poe. So that is one. Yes.
When you say a frigate, we should picture something that's like essentially an army in the form of a ship. Like the scale is just Like there's no way we'd ever fight that thing with the Montresor, right?
Correct. This is the entire Church of the Stellar Flames headquarters.
Oh,
And
so it's
this
not
is
like
a mega
it's like a
church.
super cruiser. It's not like
It
a,
is
a frigate is like a gunship. It's big, but it's just like it's basically just weapons.
This is huge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is a mega church in the form of an enemy.
This is a mega church.
You
If
would-
they
like,
were
guns
to
on
it.
have a
like in
spaceship.
Star Wars, it's a Star Destroyer, and we're on the Millennium
Correct.
Falcon. You're not taking on a
Correct.
Star Destroyer.
Yeah.
And the Millennium Falcon.
That is a perfect scale for it. Yes, that is a perfect
Yeah,
scale for it.
super helpful.
So that is kind of the first step. And they also did mention, obviously people on the planet as well guarding this temple. But I think we got to get past the ship first. So I assume your characters would discuss that and come up with some sort of plan.
Right. Sneaky.
Cool.
I mean, there's a lot of ways you could go about it. You could try and sneak your ship past. You could try and really any of them. You could try and negotiate your way past. You now got a little mystic abilities now.
We could go
not
mystic, and I
past
could
one.
try to wrap the ship in basically the space is shadow.
In shadow.
I could just try to wrap the ship in it.
Mm,
I would even say
I can't imagine how that could go poorly.
deception or transport. You could just try and pass it off as just a routine
Oh,
Yeah.
transport job. There's a lot of ways you can go about it. It doesn't
Yeah,
have to be sneak,
I like
but if that's the way you
deception.
guys want
deception's
to go,
pretty good. Yeah, we
certainly
could
can.
pretend. Oh, we can just pretend that we have the papers and everything that we're dropping him off at just one of the other moons of Amaranth.
Yeah.
Or it's like a pleasure cruise. We're taking him to there, and then eventually we'll be back, which we'll even check out because eventually we'll be leaving.
Yeah. What do you guys?
Thoughts, everybody?
I like it. I like deception.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's time to lie.
let us deceive them.
Time
What
to decept.
is the method of deception.
We've been
Lies.
decepted. One of the worst lines from the Pirates of the Caribbean series.
What's the method of deception? Lies.
Lies. I think I need a little bit more than that. What is the lie? How are you backing it up?
We do have the false ship papers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Upgrade.
use those.
So I think, our lie is we're just dropping him off at one of the other, or not dropping him off. The Ashtari cult has asked us to take this dude to some sort of meeting on one of the other moons, just normal Ashtari cult stuff, and then to bring him back to Warren.
Yeah, because the cults are all sanctioned, right? By the right? Like they're
No.
no. Okay.
Not all of them are. No.
Then we won't name his cult, but he is meeting some we're just a flight crew, right? So this guy just wanted to go to this moon to meet with some people that he has some association with, and then we're bringing him back, and that's all we were charted to do.
That sounds good because we know that they're looking for him, right?
Well,
Yes.
they just don't want anyone on the planet.
No.
Temple.
Ermac said they are looking for him.
They're looking for Bo.
specifically? Oh,
So, in other words, we can just hide Poe and say that one of us is the transportable person of interest.
Okay.
So that it's never in the equation that they have to interact with someone they may identify.
oh, we just have
We can just shove
window.
them in a pod.
Yeah.
Or we simply say we were contracted to bring this guy to a moon. One of the things that our clients buy when they buy passage on our ship is discretion. And that means we don't ask why they're going somewhere. We just know that they're going there.
Yep.
For sure. For sure. I love it. So it sounds like we're decepting. We're gonna try and sneak past or lie past the Church of the Stellar Flame.
No one
You'll
lies
have
to the
to-
flame.
You'll have to deal with the
Worst
guards
comes to
of
worst,
the
I'll just
temple.
seduce all of them.
Lito will just
The
have
whole
sex with
church.
every single one of them. We'll play it out.
The
in
whole
real
mega
time.
church.
I
Our
will
plan is
never
seduction.
take stress again.
Lido superstar.
Yeah, we should add seduction to the list of potential plans. All right. Feel free to reset your gambits and armor and let me know what your item loadout is going to be for this job. Make sure to mark that somewhere.
So, Justin, for future reference, if I bring the wreath, that's probably like a load, right?
Yeah, I would say that if you in the midst of a job say like I want to use the wreath, I would say like mark off a load for that for sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and you should have some open.
Yeah, there's some spots that are marked open on your inventory. You should be able to change that to the wreath if you want.
Wreath of Night. I did.
Cool.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do normal load.
Okay.
I will go. I'll go heavy.
Okay.
Normal.
Okay, fine. I'll go normal. Everybody's going.
Hey, you're your own man.
You have
Well,
very
just
different
remember,
things that you
we're-
can do with heavy load than I do. So
Yeah,
It's true.
I think it's also worth considering that if we're trying to deceive our way through. Justin has said in the past, like a heavy load makes you more conspicuous. Like having a heavy load is going to make them ask more questions about what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
yeah. And it's most obvious on Graves because heavy load just means like carrying 7 weapons.
A bunch of weapons.
So last time I went heavy load, I basically supplied a small militia of Ramdans. So I just don't feel like that's going to be relevant this time. Maybe it will, but I'm going normal.
Yeah, normal.
Okay.
Normal across the
Okay.
board here.
All right.
Normal across the board. All right, it is now time to build the engagement roll. We're going to start with 1 dice for sheer luck. Is the operation particularly bold or daring? I don't think it is particularly bold or
Not that
daring.
we can tell. Yeah.
No, it's a pretty standard thing. But that also means it's not overly complex or contingent, so I'm not going to take a die away for that. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? I'm almost tempted to give you this one because the next question is the target strongest against the approach? Or do they have particular defense or special preparations? I think if you had chosen Mystic, they would have had special defenses again. That's their whole thing. They're against Mystic or artifacts. So I feel like just trying to pass off as like it's someone like a pleasure cruise, just taking a client from point A to point B. They would just okay, all right. They might ask you some questions and stop you, but they're certainly not gonna look at you any more than anyone else. So I'm gonna give you that dice.
Nice.
Thank you, GM.
Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation?
I feel like this question comes in late.
Thetis, probably.
Late?
Yeah, what would this look like? So like an offline retroactive call to Thetis?
Yeah, the planning part is amorphous, right? This is this is at the end of your plan, which has taken place from the moment you got Poe, maybe even before, to the moment that we see you at the start of the job. So like it can take place at any point in there.
Yeah, I mean, like I can say like, and I don't. This gets into weird territory because he is my other character, but Thetis would have specific insight in, like he's a part of a sect of a cult that is dedicated to collecting artifacts and specifically searching for pieces of the Raiment of Night, and all of that jazz. And so he would have very specific insight into some of what's going on here.
Yeah. I don't feel like saying no to that. I think that makes a lot of sense. You created a character that is literally built to help with almost jobs against the Church of the Stellar Flame. Like that's kind of what, yeah.
I realize that this probably won't give us a mechanical benefit, but I think Gears also calls his father, which wouldn't help us with the organization, but he would probably have some pretty specific knowledge about the state of Gap.
About Gap, yeah. What is your father's name again?
Tiberius.
Tiberius.
Of course it is.
Of course it is.
Tiberius, do you take this call? I'm assuming like trying to take it by yourself. Yeah, privately. Yes. Are you taking it in your room?
Yeah.
Okay. You can call up your father and very loudly, like from the stars, just, "Hey Lou, how you doing?" You almost the entire ship hears this.
Yeah. Hey, Pops, how's it going? I was wondering, I'm gonna find myself in the ruins of Calypso, and I was wondering if you still had. I knew you had spent a little bit of time, studying it. I was just wondering if you had any maps of the debris.
Lou, you're going back to Gap. You know how dangerous that is. We just got you back after you came back from the academy. You gonna run off and do something dangerous like this? Lou, come on home, boy.
Pops, the job is dangerous. That's the only way I get to send you creds. Yeah, that's part of the deal. Slash makes a decent living, but it's not enough. That's why I do what I do.
Well, I don't know if it's worth you dying over it, but you've been too much like your mother, boy, just running around doing your own thing. So, all right, let me see if I can scrounge up some maps of Gap, see if I can send them your way.
Man, thanks, boss. I will visit when I can.
Yeah, don't take too long, you hear?
I understand.
All right, bye, Lou. And you can hear like a raucous party in the background as well, too.
Jesus. All right, well, there was some.
Or I think maybe like as you hang up, he's like, "Hey, everybody, Lou's on the phone. Come on!" And you.
Oh, you didn't have to. Okay. Just like multiple family members at a certain like pace, like it's probably like a montage of people like flipping through, and there's definitely points where like, how could that person possibly be related to? And then there's like a Xeno, and you're like, there's no way.
Yeah, exactly. There's no way that everyone here is a family member. That's definitely not a family member. What are they doing here?
And then but every single person is like uncle, whatever, auntie, and grandfather, grandpa, whatever.
How about this? This is something we haven't done too much, but I feel like it applies here, which is gather information. This feels like you're gathering information at the start of a job to help you with the job. So I think it is representative. Maybe he doesn't have an exact map, but he sends you maybe some like older map blueprints that you can study if you'd like to. Yeah?
Yeah. Well, I think it would have been like a general. He probably would have spent some time just sort of like almost in like a self-deprecating gesture, like mathing out like the trajectories of like how the planet was cracked and stuff.
Okay.
And so some of those early calculations, just using those sort of helped me figure out where things should be.
So with gathering information before a job or even in a job, you can ask a question and make an action roll or a fortune roll, and then I will answer honestly with a level detailing depending on the effect level. What is your question?
So I know that the main ship of I keep forgetting this faction's name, Church of the Stellar Flame.
The Way of Light, yep.
Is like somewhere between, probably closer to Gap, but somewhere between Gap and the gate.
Correct, yes.
So, and I probably don't have an exact idea, but maybe a general sense of whatever patrols that they're doing. But I want like a good layout of the debris of the planet, the moon, so that we can plot a course of like a series of essentially just like little jumps, so that our sort of engine signatures can be hidden behind pieces of the planet as we slowly like jump from one piece to the next to where we're going.
I understand. Okay, I understand. That sounds. So here's my initial thought. That sounds like you're doing an infiltration and not deception.
Well, we still have to get past. We have to lie past them, but then I kind of thought like, but we then have to like still get.
But then still get to. I understand. Yes. So you're lying to get past them, and then you're hoping that they don't keep tabs on your ship.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'm tracking now. All right. So this is for the sort of maybe the next step of the plan. I dig it. Yeah. Go ahead and. I'm gonna do a fortune roll actually. I think for this to see like how good the information is from Tiberius. So I'm gonna give you a dice for sheer luck. And
also, it's a small thing, but you had Tiberius refer to this moon as Gap. He would have called it Calypso as well.
Sorry, Calypso as well. Yes, it is what you and your family and the people that live there call it, but the hegemony calls it Gap. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to say that just so the listeners weren't confused. Like,
which Calypso? That's fair.
I'm going to give you a die for a major advantage. I think your father would 100% have at least some of this information. So I'm going to roll 2 dice.
Is this the engagement roll?
This is no.
We get
a fortune roll.
Oh, okay.
This is a fortune roll. Whatever he sends to you, Gears, is so old that if you use it, it might work, but almost certainly the trajectory of the hunk of what used to be Gap is changed. And
I think with that fortune roll, you kind of get a flashback where Gears is very young in this, like around 10, if not younger. And he's got like industrial mechanical gear that he's working with, and his cousin's right next to him, and you know they are like walking back, clearly having just like worked for the day, and he gets home and his dad's like half passed out on the couch, and there's like a little like hollow tablet in front of him with like random calculations, and so that's like the memory that he was sort of driving off of. Like the man was just like sort of in his drunken stupor, like kind of playing around with calculations on how the planet would have cracked, but was also blitzed, so it doesn't. It's just not good.
It's you look at it now and you're like, this isn't as useful as I had hoped it would be. Unfortunately, doesn't mean it's not. It's completely useless, but it that's going to be a gamble if you want to try and use this.
Yeah.
So right now I have 3 dice. The last question is, are there any elements you want to consider? They are a significantly higher tier than you, so I'm definitely going to be taking a dice away from that. So we are down to 2 dice.
How significantly? What tier?
They're tier 4. So
we should roll it.
I was debating taking away 2, but I'm only going to take away the 1.
It is
a
delivery
church
job.
Terrifies me.
Yeah, it is a delivery job, so we get a dice from getaway.
It is a delivery job.
Just for context, I think sometimes these tiers and these numbers can kind of... The controlling government of the universe is tier 4.
Yes. The highest you can be as a faction is tier 4. It represents just your strength, but also your reach and power as well too. So this is one of the most powerful groups of people in the Procyon sector currently. To like give you a comparison, their crew is tier 1. So
yes, we are. So it's just like the real world.
Least powerful groups.
It's like the U.S. government and like Joel Osteen, and they're like neck and neck for power.
I don't know if Joel Osteen's neck and neck with the U.S. government. But...
I'm just messing.
So you're right, Danny. You get 1 dice for the delivery job, which means we are back up to 3 dice. I have been told that I'm not allowed to roll for this because I think I rolled the last one. So I'll let somebody else roll.
Longer.
I mean, he gets to decide that.
I mean, yeah, I was about to say I get to decide who rolls, but I will be nice and I will let somebody else roll this, but I will decide who rolls, and I choose Steve.
Yes.
Steve, I would like for you to roll 3 dice and tell me what the highest is.
All right, the highest only 3d6.
Big money, no
Hear
wins.
ye, hear ye. 5.
Okay, so
alright,
a
we can do
mixed result. You're in a risky position when the action starts.
Cool.
Just
better
work
than
on their-
desperate.
And I think the risky position is that you hit the jump gate and you start making your way towards Gap, and before you know it, there is a massive ship in front of you. It is resplendent and regal. It's almost like Greek in its aesthetic, like almost like gold and white, like flowery designs on the outside of the ship. A little bit of like red tint to them as well too. And over the radio, you are being hailed by this ship.
They hailing us?
All right.
Yes.
Answer. Make sure they send them a hail back.
Havoc, you're the pilot. Just we have the
Havoc
papers.
will answer and then hand the radio to Leto.
What's our false name on our false papers for the ship?
Ooh. Something really unassuming and dull would be great. I think that would sell it.
Something USPS something.
Ugly Brick 2404.
This is the crew of the Albatross 2. How can we help you?
Nice.
Not the first. We don't want to be pretentious.
Yeah.
The Albatross was
Blew up.
almost cool, but then what?
Sorry, this is the Church of the Stellar Flame. We have this entire place on lockdown. Can you state your business? Why? Where are you going? What are you
We're
doing?
terribly sorry. We're just making our way through. We're on our way to one of the moons. We're just doing a drop off. We have a client who paid us just to simply drop them off at a moon.
Do you mind telling us what moon you're planning to go to?
I'm trying to pull up the moons here.
You can just make up one. And the only one noted is
Oh,
Cap,
okay.
So
Oh, yes, we're trying to make our way to Belliclis.
Bellicris. I would like an action roll, please.
All right.
I'm so glad I wasn't the one talking to him.
What moon would you have made up, Daniel?
I would have said the moon.
The moon is the only one I could think of. The moon, please.
Run it, the moon. I
I'll
believe
take the moon for 500.
Tell me what action you think you're using here.
I mean, I'm trying to sound convincing, so I'm gonna say sway.
Okay, sway. We already know this is a risky position. I think without doing anything, it is a limited effect.
Okay.
As will be many actions in this job just due to the difference in tier.
Can I trade it to a desperate position for standard
A
effect?
standard effect?
You
You
can do
certainly may. You certainly may. Please
All right, I'm gonna do that.
make sure to mark that XP as well too.
Double sixes.
Oh!
Whoa! Wow!
Oh!
Hot off the press.
Johnny.
That is going to be a great effect, actually. Wow!
Johnny, don't
what a
forget your
good
XP
roll.
for
Yeah,
resolve.
I marked it.
Okay.
Good roll to start there. There is a moment. You can hear that they're probably like typing something out, checking a few things, and then they come back and they're like, Bellicris, all right. Looks like your papers check out. please make sure that you go there, drop your package or client off, and then leave immediately. We have noted that you are in the system, so if you spend any time longer here than is needed, we will be sending patrols after you.
Of course, we do appreciate your you're helping us. We don't want to be a bother at all. We hope that the flame blesses you all.
And the flame bless you as well. Sorry, one last question.
Of course.
What happened to the first albatross?
Well, our pilot tends to be a little bit reckless.
Ah. That makes sense. Well, carry on. As we said, please make your delivery quickly and do not tally. We are watching. The flame is always ignited.
And may it never be snuffed out.
Immediately after that guy hangs up, Kyrus calls on. Just to be clear, Havoc, if you ever actually destroyed my ship, you wouldn't still be a pilot enough to be on the second one. You would be dead.
Still be anything.
Yeah, there wouldn't be a second option for you. Just to nail that in your noggin.
Thank you for clarifying, guys.
You're welcome. Anytime.
All right. You hang up and start slowly making your way past the Way of Light. You are obviously making your way in the direction of Gap, though. So what do you do about that?
Well, we kind of swing wide and kind of try to come at it from the opposite direction.
Okay. So you change the trajectory a little bit. I think I need an action for that. I love that. And I think Havoc makes the most sense for that.
Yeah.
Helmet up, buddy.
Action.
It's fly natural, but not too natural.
Yeah.
Act naturally.
What if we swing wide and like went to the moon that we told them we were going to, but then we just
use gravity
slingshot
sling
and like when they're not looking. Yeah, when they're not looking,
to go really fast to the other moon.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, so we're going towards
gravity slingshot.
We're going towards blickety blah 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 blah.
Velacris.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say, just like flying in that direction and then changing was gonna be risky. But if you're trying to shoot around the moon, sounds desperate to me.
I'm shooting around the moon.
But we're training for some tech, right?
Sounds desperate. All
right.
But I think the effect is standard because you're not really going directly up against them. You're just trying to like do this maneuver. So desperate position, standard effect.
Yes, and I would say that this roll probably would be speed related.
It absolutely.
So I have potency.
Okay, then you have great effect.
So desperate and great.
All right,
and if you want, you could spend. We do have both of our gambits, our starting gambits. So there's also that.
I have. I'm gonna mark that XP in prowess for helm.
Yep.
Desperate position, great effect.
You can't trade for any more potency, so at least I don't think.
I guess I could.
You technically could. There is more effect than great effect, but
there is like super duper effect.
It's yes. It's not codified. It's more for like very special situations.
Okay.
I would say in this, there's probably no way you're going to get more than great effect. It would be very difficult unless you can find some way to convince me you're going to get more than great effect in this mode.
Yeah.
It's slingshot around
the planet. Position, great effect. I already have 3 pips. I already have 3 pips in helm, so I'm already rolling 3 dice.
Sure.
I could exceed.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. I could exceed specs and damage a ship system to get another dice.
Don't.
The ship systems are in working order right now because that one time I spent a bunch of creds to fix them. But also, that threat is very real. That threat looms over you at all times, and that is your choice to face it.
Do we think this? is a very important part of.
Okay, as Nick though, yeah, just do it. I mean, we'll take every.
All right.
Especially because it would add credence to what we said to them, that you're a reckless pilot, and
Exactly.
that's what happened to the Albatross
True.
one.
Wow, you've set it up. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna exceed specs. I feel like what makes the most sense would be.
All right.
Well, he's rolling. Just real quick question, because I just want to make sure I'm understanding something I'm looking at in the book here. Is
Yes.
the Church of the Stellar Flame like the official, like the state religion of the hegemony?
It is.
Hegemony?
It is one of them. Yes. So it is a hegemony, like backed religion. I think you're right. I think that is the only one. Yeah, the Church of the Stellar Flame.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, all the other ones are government.
Yeah.
Governments or guilds. So, yep, this is
Solid.
the religion of the hegemony.
Cool. I was just wondering because it's important for Leto and his background. I think.
What you roll there, Havocplex?
I got 2 6s.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. So you are going to do it even more effect than great effect. What does that look like, Danny?
So I chose to damage engines. I just imagine
Okay.
Havoc. We're leaving. He's looking, like he's sort of like looking. He's like, all right, we gotta make it look like we're going to. Forget the name of the moon. And then as we're approaching, he just keeps laying on the throttle, and we just keep getting faster and faster and faster. It looks almost like we're going straight towards that moon that we said we're going to. And there's just
You kind of
intense
are.
moment.
To be clear, when you gravity slingshot, you are actually falling into the planet.
Yeah,
to pick up speed, and then just at the very end,
Turning on
as
the
you're occurring,
engines.
you're turning
Yeah.
off, and then shooting yourself off the planet.
Yeah, and there's this intense moment as we're like right at that, right at the curve of that sling, where the amount of G's that we're all experiencing is just insane.
So you take damage on the hull. Is what
Yeah,
we're doing.
yeah. I was between engine and hull. I feel like hull makes the most sense here.
It does. That does make sense. You go so fast. I think it's so quick in response to this that like as soon as the church like has let you pass that this happens, and if you were able to still hear, the person on the radio is like, I see why Albatross 1 exploded. As you just speed past faster than should be possible, and definitely should be safe, past the way of light towards this moon. But I will say that the even greater than great effect is that they do not catch on to the fact that you are now at gap.
Oh, it's awesome.
And so you slingshot around this moon and then slow down to find yourself now in this almost asteroid field. There are like smaller parts and bigger parts. The biggest chunk though it's almost like a quarter of the moon. And that seems to be the biggest chunk. And that is where the past one sort of points his finger at and just points towards that huge chunk.
You know, I never heard of a temple on Gap before this. How did you guys possibly find out about that? I guess that's not a question he can answer. But
he points to the vial on his belt.
Yeah, the space dust.
Yes,
torch.
the other bloke did tell us that they saw it in a vision.
Yeah, I don't know. I was hoping I'd get a real answer or something. I don't know. Nobody ever talked about it.
Maybe in a week or so, when this is in the past, he'll be able to answer you.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll have to forgive me and my companion, Poe. I don't think either of us have had very good experiences with religion.
No, I grew up under the thumb of the Stellar Flame. Not a big fan of any of the cults.
All right, I'm going to admit something to all of you. This is a moment of vulnerability, and I'm not super proud of this one. My full name is Alleluia Ganymede. Because my parents were very much believers of the flame when we used to live under it. And, don't need to get into details, but things happened and it became a burden of a name. Well, more than just it sounded so stupid. Such a dumb name.
It's I want to make fun of you, but I can't because
You can't. It's literally impossible.
Well, and I pull down my shirt and like show my collarbone, and there's the brand of I have the Kiss of the Light. So I'm like, I was in it.
You were in it. That is deep membership. Wow. Yeah, my parents were just like some mud makers out in some forgotten system. I mean,
I grew up in the cool worlds where the church is everything.
Jeez.
So Gear's parents saw the infomercials and ordered the holy water packets.
Oh yeah, 100%.
My family was making some of the money from the holy water packets.
Yeah, it's hard to believe in anything.
Very interesting.
The planet you were working on is then cracked into tiny little pieces.
Yeah. I'm sorry that was your experience. I had the opposite side of it. I got to watch how it was all commodified and made into a pyramid scheme. You lose faith when you see how it's all just one big trick.
Yeah, I don't know if whose realization is better, the slow, painful one or the very quick tearing out of the world underneath you.
They both hurt. Neither's good.
Graves picks you both up.
Okay, all right. What are we doing?
Havoc looks at our fellow nonverbal friend to see his reaction of all this cult talk.
Oh.
The conversation talking negatively about the Church of the Stellar Flame, you can tell he's rapt attention towards it. Nodding his head. He's in agreement. He sees. He does not see. He sees cults and the Church of the Stellar Flame differently, or he might not even see his group as a cult.
Yep. They rarely do.
Indeed. One of the hallmarks of a cult is that it is not a cult. That is right. Not a cult.
If you ever
collective of like-minded individuals who just happen to give all of our money to a single leader at the top.
I don't know if you guys have had this experience, but the way that you find out your friend is in a cult is when they go, the first thing that they say is,
I'm not in a cult.
I know this is going to sound like a cult.
You are. It is.
You're in a cult.
You are in a cult.
You're in a cult.
That or
That's
they
really
just
funny.
casually drop a phrase like, our leader was saying.
Yeah, that's also good.
Back up one moment here. I think if I were to make a cult, I would like the name of the cult, and then in parentheses afterwards, I would just put not a cult.
LLC.
Just to clear it up. LLC.
Not a cult. LLC.
Not a cult.
So Graves picks Leto and Gears up, one on each side of him, just like one arm for each.
All right.
And looks at you both and says, "There are many reasons to change a name. I understand." And then he looks over to Havoc. Havoc, is your name real?
Yeah. It's my given name. Yep. That Havoc Plex. I haven't changed my name since I was given it. So yep.
Okay,
well,
at first I
good.
believed you, but now it just feels like you're lying to me.
Yeah.
Well, I was
Does not
named.
feel
I was
true.
named by the Bonica Syndicate.
Oh, all right.
Right.
So it's yeah.
One day we should all earn new names of our own.
And Graves
I'm
puts you both down.
My cousin came up with my name, and I'm pretty fine with it. Gears is pretty good.
And I paid handsomely for Lito Bartok.
Yeah, that's fair.
Right.
I'll take a new name with you, Graves.
Well, do you
Okay,
like
then.
your name, Howard? You don't have to.
Yeah, it's yeah. I'll have two names.
Should we focus?
Oh yeah, right. No, imminent danger. Very powerful church we're fighting. Yeah. Sorry. It's hard not to be reminiscent. Also, I did ask my father for the shrapnel calculations. His were terrible, so I had to redo them. But that piece right there, that is where our house was. And it's just he just points out a piece of it doesn't seem like it should be possible for him to point it out. It is completely the same as like every other piece that is floating past us, but he just points to one. There's nothing on it. There's no way a house would have survived the dismantling of the atmosphere, but he just points to a piece.
I think like Lido would you're used to like you'd point something out like this in normal circumstances, and Lido would say something snarky, but he's like really silent, and if you look at him you'll see that he's like tearing up, maybe not crying, but like his eyes are wet.
That's not worth all that.
Our homes
Good.
are
You're right.
alike.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Graves. I guess we have that in common.
To lose a home, I think, is worse than to leave it.
Yeah. But the nature in which we leave, that's all that
Yes.
we have under our control.
Neither of us can go back, but at least I had a choice.
Not much. I'm sure it wasn't much of one, considering the lengths that you went to.
Maybe we'll get into it someday.
I'm not gonna pry. All right, Havoc, pull up.
Havoc's been
Havoc.
slowly pulling towards.
No,
Yes.
pull up, literally up. So I want to, kind of come in from the bottom.
blankly.
Up? I don't understand. I mean, in his
Exactly.
defense,
Havoc just
there's
looks at
no
Gears.
there's no up in space.
Yeah, Havoc
We
looks
have
at, he goes,
advantage. We have a
where in
helm.
space?
Yeah, X on the X plane.
All right, thank you. You could have specified.
What
So,
is your
yeah.
intent?
I want him to pull us up underneath the piece that has I know that you said it was on like a quarter of a moon, which is quite a large chunk, but like
It is a big chunk, yes.
I kind of want it to be towards the edge of the chunk, and like we kind of pull up on like the broken half where it was still on the surface.
Yep, for sure. I love that. I need an action because for a couple reasons. There's quite a lot of debris, so there's constant flying that needs to be done in order to not get hit by chunks of flying moon. You also see a number of Church of Stellar Flame patrol ships around. And if you start getting closer to the broken side of that quarter, they seem to be congregated there. On that side.
So we would just...
I'll mark a stress to assist with the roll.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You do to assist.
Lito, Giz,
Only
give me a
one
massage while I pull
person
up.
can assist.
Oh, only one person can sit down.
Yeah, but we have we have Gambit that you could use too.
Yeah. Also, I would consider this would probably be considered to be avoiding capture. So we probably have
Yes.
potency from getaway.
Yeah. Well, tell me. I'm assuming helm.
Yeah.
Helm. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Helm,
Oh yeah.
okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yep.
Helm.
So
Let's say risky, and then with that extra potency, we'll say great effect.
Okay.
Actually, sorry. Limited, which would be bumped up to standard effect. Nope, just limit it with the potency. I think it would be no effect. I think it would be like you are absolutely going to get found out by these ships because they're much higher tier than you. But with the potency, it's limited effect.
So it's risky and limited effect.
you can push yourself for more effect, for normal effect.
Yeah, or trade those.
Good.
I would do either one of those two things.
Yeah.
both?
You know.
For
Yeah.
great effect.
Yeah. Can you double up on that like that?
So yeah,
Oh yeah.
'Cause
No,
it's
you
two
can
different
trade. Yeah.
things.
Sorry. Yeah.
you can
yeah.
trade.
Yeah.
You can trade down to desperate to standard effect, and then push yourself.
Yeah.
Mark the.
And Gambit only
distress.
gives dice, right?
Correct.
Okay.
yes.
So
So you should have a dice from me and a dice from the Gambit.
Plus your
so
dice
that
and
would
helm.
be 2. Yep. So 3 plus the one from Lido, so from Gambit,
You only have
and
one.
then
pip
yeah,
in
I
helm?
will. No, I have 3 pips and helm, and I said
Oh,
plus 1, so we're rolling 5 right now.
Okay.
5 dice. Yep,
That's
right.
I am
With
going to
desperate
push myself.
position, great effect. Oh, sorry.
Wait, actually, wait. I want to hear Devil's Bargain.
Oh yeah.
You like to hear Devil's Bargain?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, you can't because if you push yourself, it's push yourself.
No,
or,
before
Yeah.
I'm. Yeah.
He
That's
hasn't
why
committed to
before I
touching
push
himself.
yourself.
Yep.
Yeah.
oh,
But you have traded position and effect?
Oh yes, I would like to do that. Yes.
Okay, so desperate position, standard effect right now. The Devil's Bargain is. The Devil's Bargain is this: you'll get onto this part of the moon. You'll get onto this part of the moon unseen, and be able to land and get to the temple. However, the trail that you leave will clue the Church of the Stellar Flame into that somebody has at least flown through here, so it'll be harder to leave.
you don't
I mean,
need
that's
more
late,
dice,
right?
right? You don't need more dice.
Well, no. This is for Is it can?
I don't
Because
think
you
you
can
can
push
take a
yourself or
Devil's
accept
Bargain.
Devil's Bargain.
right.
Devil's
but-
Bargain
Or-
only gives you dice. It's not going to
Only gives you dice.
It
Oh,
can't-
okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
Oh,
you don't need more dice.
okay. Oh, I don't want to do that then. I just want to push myself.
Okay. All right.
So I was mistaken because it says push yourself or Devil's Bargain, so I thought they just had both did the same thing.
Yeah, they do not. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna mark that to stress.
So,
Great effect.
Great effect. I'm marking the XP on prowess. I'm rolling the dice. Count? Yeah. Please roll good. Just 1 6 for the highest one. Ooh.
just 1/6.
I roll a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, and a 6.
Nice. So you
Do I get any special things for that?
No, buddy. Sorry.
No? Okay, that's fine.
Fun note. I was just looking up. You can push yourself for effect and take a Devil's Bargain. You just can't get the extra dice from both pushing yourself and the Devil's Bargain. So you can only get 1 extra dice with those 2 things, but you can push yourself for more effect and get the extra
fun.
dice from Devil's Bargain.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's great to know.
But you do it. You sneak past these patrols for the Church of the Stellar Flame, and land on this quarter side of the moon. And in the distance, you can see what appears to be a giant stone-looking tower that is jutting out of the broken part of this moon. So the reason you had never heard of an temple is because it was inside of the moon and was only revealed upon it breaking.
Oh, that's pretty
fun.
crazy. It was under the moon the entire time.
That's really
The moon
cool.
The entire time.
Why you got to be so cool, Justin?
This just comes naturally to me.
Why is this like this whole scene is kind of giving Outer Wilds and I love it.
It is very Outer Wilds. Yeah, you land on this part of the moon, you see this tower in the distance, and you know that the next step is to leave your ship and get the past one to this temple, past any other guards that are in the way. But unfortunately, you will have to make those actions next week.
Good thing we have a little mini transport thingy.
Yeah,
Can we
You
invest
have
in
the
that?
land vehicles now. Look at you go.
look at us.
Speeder
Look at us.
bikes.
Yeah,
Throw Poe at the building.
speeder bikes are great, but the next shipping advancement we get, we're definitely crew advancing, so that we stop having to deal with these people being so much higher ranked than us.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
I think we're getting to that point where it feels like it's time for you to jump up your crew tier there. Wow, thank you so much for watching. I'm having a ton of fun playing this game. It is so fun. I don't know. Anything else anybody wants to say?
I just like to say, I mean, I think this is going to be a unique statement, but I'm having so much fun. Just
I say it every
fun.
week, and I'm being made fun of right now. I'm no longer.
I'm
having
still,
fun.
I'm still not having fun.
I'm no longer having fun right now.
I'm a patient man, and so I'm waiting to have fun. I expect it eventually.
All right.
It's been 2.5 years doing this together, but I think it's coming.
Any
Yeah,
minute now.
it's,
I'm going to start
Join,
having fun.
join us on Tuesday. Join us on Tuesday for Avatar Legends.
Yes,
Or
join
Legends
us on
Republic.
Tuesday, Avatar
Yes.
Legends, and as a reminder,
Now.
you can start watching rebroadcasts of this on Wednesdays, and some of us will be in the chat hanging out with you all as we watch these. Man, I can't wait to see where this job goes. I can't wait to see what we do in Avatar Legends, and the Forge is coming up as well too. The Forge is our patron-only exclusive show.
I made a new character for that.
But for now, we will see you next week. Bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And for those in Twitch, we will be rating a stream that is about to start. So feel free to hang around there.
What are we
Playing a
saying?
game. It should show up automatically
In the chat?
in the chat.
Are you too embarrassed
Oh.
to say it out loud?
I don't remember what it is.
It's ooh wee word. That's my media. Ooh wee.
No, it's not.
It's not
Man.
that. It's
It's
definitely
not
not
that,
that.
for sure. Of all the things it could be, not that.
It's wow. Oh wow. That's my media here. I got
It
upset
is.
views.
No, it is 2 emojis. Dustfire Media here to dust your chat with love.
Dust.
Ooh.
Dust it up.
Dust. it
Love dust.
up.
Love dust.
Yeah, just to be clear, we do not support Salt Bay, but the motion is kind of universal. So
What a
Well, he-
goofy,
he
what a
points
goofy
to
person.
figure it out.
What a-
it's like goofy, borderline, just a terrible person.
Well, now he has a. Doesn't. Okay, yeah, well, get into Salt Bay. Never mind.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Now he has
unpack
what,
that.
Danny? What does he have now, Danny?
Now
He's kind
he
of a
has-
weirdo.
He owns a bunch of restaurants now, right?
Have
Yeah,
we
where
successfully
you can pay $1
converted
billion
over to
for
the
a
raid?
gold
What?
covered steak.
Have we successfully shifted over?
No, it says the raid's been
Not
created,
sure.
but I'm not seeing a normal pop-up, and it might be because my internet is being goofy.
Oh no.
I have a pop
What?
up, but when I click join, it's not taking me over.
I wonder if I didn't put in.
No, I thought it only
Right.
takes you over when you stop. Our
Yeah,
shit.
I have to hit like an OK to like do it.
Mm.
Lost
I
Caravan
already have a
RPG
raid in
with 8
progress.
raids.
Oh, I wonder if it's because.
It happened.
Oh, it
Did
happened.
happen.
Oh. Weird. Should I end the stream? Are we already over there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're already over there.
You're over there.
Okay.